In certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, one and all, friends and neighbors, lovers and losers alike. Welcome to the show, and it's gonna be a fun one because it's Thursday, and it's our experiment tiebreaker, and we could finally get back on my 4th week back from jail. We could finally get back to 500 members on Rumble. Oh, boy. You know, when I went bye-bye, we were at 1,000 members, YouTube and Rumble. And that was a high point. That was a big number for us. And then incarceration cooled our heels. We are 7 away from 400 on YouTube. That's not a difficult number to hit. We can do that. And we are 36, I believe, away from 500 on Rumble. So we're inching back closer. It looks like end of the week we could be back at 9, and then next week we can get back to 10. So go ahead and wrap the presents, wrap the boxes, and let's give some gifts out today. But it is experiment time, so shut your mouth, Aaron. Don't worry about it. Great show coming today. Donald Trump, with that ever-burning fire under his anus, has signed the Epstein release bill. Pam Bondi now is on the clock. You know, the title of today's episode, The Ball's in Bondi's Court. Pam Bondi, one of the most honest and open and transparent members of the Trump administration. Pam Bondi has 30 days to release everything the Justice Department has on Epstein. Now, I have been very positive this week about this. I have been very excited about this. But, and I, look, I don't want to be the cold water here. But also, how do I know that what they're going to give us? I can't remember who it was, if it was Dr. Doom or somebody else. They said, Aaron, they're going to release a bunch of white paper dipped in black ink. They're going to release because here's what they're going to do. They're going to say, well, we're trying to protect victims, and you don't want us not protecting victims, do you? I mean, that would be shitty if we didn't if we didn't protect victims. Oh my God! Even though I think you saw it, we played it on yesterday's show. The victims are up there in the viewers' balcony or whatever in Congress, cheering on the release of these documents. So we've got the victims are sitting there begging for this stuff to come out. Meanwhile, you got Mike Johnson and you've got other apologists for Jeffrey Epstein, the leadership class, going, well, you know, we got to protect these victims. We're right here. Release the files, dick. Now we got Thomas Massie, who's quickly becoming my favorite politician in the world. He said some based stuff about Epstein and the files yesterday. We're going to play that a little bit later, but I think people are saying it in the chat, 3 chats already. There's multiple references to they're getting the black ink ready. Forge your city with that black ink flow, and my crew ain't scared to let them things go. That's what we're getting ready. That's what we're getting ready for. All the black ink, all the redacts. Redacted. But again, I don't want to be a wet blanket. I don't want to be a negative guy. Bondi's got 30 days to release this stuff. And, Pam Bondi's never lied. Pam Bondi's never told us that she has all the Epstein stuff sitting right on her desk and then said, well, what Epstein stuff? Ain't no Epstein stuff. What are you talking about? You don't know what you're talking about. I never said Epstein stuff. So she's never lied. So that's good. It should be easy for her to release it. I mean, imagine how cluttered her desk has been these last few months. I mean, she's had all that Epstein stuff sitting on her desk, hasn't released it yet. If anything, she should be really happy about this. This is like spring cleaning come early. That desk is never going to be more clear than when she gets all that Epstein stuff that's been sitting there since January off her desk. Good for her. Dr. Doom says, we're not saying you can't be friends with Epstein. Oh, dude. They have that woman from the Virgin Islands, the delegate from the Virgin Islands to Congress, who's sitting there like, well, he had information and I need to get to the truth, and other people commit crimes. It's like, yeah, other people commit embezzlement or like white collar crime and work with politicians. I mean, a Hamas agent who traffics children, it's a little different. Bigot on socialist media says, imagine how angry people will be if they release a joke. They will just make it worse. And she just releases one piece of paper. It says, knock, knock. We all go, who's there? And she goes, go fuck yourselves. Joey Caravello says, MTG has the names. She will read them out in Congress if they redact them. I think it would be cooler if they release a bunch of redacted names and the victims themselves read out what the redacted names are right outside of Congress. I think that would be cooler. Drinking beers with $2 says, here's a couple of bucks, bro. Oh, that's very nice of you. Thank you, sir. Ryan the Garbage Man says, redacted is the new R word. Wow, that's retarded. Joey Caravello with $2 says, Donald Trump put his Peter up Johnny's ass. Well, there we go. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 says, Aaron, can we bring back prize night? I never got a chance to win. I think prize night ran its course. I think it's more fun now to do shows for people. Prize night was one of those things that if you're not trying to get prizes, you're kind of left out. It's not as much fun for you. So how was your guys' night? Was it good? Was it eventful? Did you have a nice time? Did you get a good night's sleep? Are we ready to go back to work? I watched, for like 15 minutes, I watched something. And thank God, I went up to bed. I got off the phone with SP. And I went and watched Red State, one of my favorite movies. I turned on Red State, and I fell asleep. Because I watched for about 15 minutes. I talked about this on the evening show. My good friend Chad Zumock had this. He had a legitimate mentally retarded person that I've never heard of before on his channel. They were going to have a debate, and I like debates. Debates are fun. So he has this guy who is like, imagine if Red Bar was inbred, multiracial, and had 7 extra chromosomes. I can't remember this guy's name. Steve Jordan was a tight end for the Vikings. Tommy Jordan, Tim Jordan, it's like a Tim John. It's like a regular guy kind of name. And this guy was literally, you say this as a euphemism a lot. This guy was too stupid to talk to. And he was a Melton fan, so it made sense. I did have to laugh as I was watching it. I was like, this is why I keep saying Steel Toe 1. This is why I say these guys are humiliating themselves. I had to ditch a big chunk of my audience early in my radio days because it's like, this is an embarrassing audience to perform for. I'm not going to perform for this kind of audience. This just makes me look bad. That guy that Chad Zumock was on with yesterday, that is the perfect example of what a Melton fan. It was perfect. I was smiling as I was watching it because I was like, this is just literally a retarded guy who will believe anything another retarded guy tells him and just tell a bunch of other retarded people. You know, really that whole community is essentially a Down syndrome Pony Express. It's really something. So I'm watching this guy, and right off the bat, I go, he was a Red Bar fan. He liked Red Bar. That's evident right off the bat. And anything you say about anybody, this guy will repeat it and believe it's gospel. I mean, I'm not going to say Chad Zumach ran circles around the guy because it wasn't even a debate. It was just you were watching a guy being like a zoo animal. You know, like sometimes zoo animals must think the people watching them are just watching them because they respect them and they're equals. But really, you're watching a dumb zoo animal walk around and pick its ass. That was kind of like watching that debate. That guy was walking around, picking his ass and sniffing his finger and thinking that we were all there as pals and equals. And he swear to God, he thought he was doing well. And it's just all Chad had to do was not talk, and he wins. And that's what he did. I mean, that guy, oh boy, if I never see that guy again, maybe I can repair some of the brain cells I lost. I don't know. But go check it out. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan with $1. Says, how many stories we got next hour in the 7 o'clock hour folder? How many do we have in the, let's count them up. We have 7 in the 6 o'clock hour folder. 7 o'clock hour, it's not really a folder as much as it's a word processor section. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got 6. And one of them is Boozy Badass talking about erectile dysfunction. He was on a show and he was like, yeah, one time I was doing this thing, my dick didn't work. And there's this weird thing guys do where they try to pretend shit's never happened to them because they're insecure and they're worried it'll make them look weak. And then there's dudes who are like, oh yeah, embarrassing shit happens, happens in life. What are you going to do? Boozy Badass was like, yo, I was with this girl, my dick wasn't working right. It's fucked up, but whatever. And the hosts are like, yo, dog, like your dick didn't work one time. And he's like, well, fuck. He's like, your dick never doesn't work. You've never, he's being gangster about it. He's like, you've never had a situation where your dick just don't want to work that time? Fuck's wrong with you? I loved it. I was like, this is like watching a guy who fucks talk to a bunch of guys who don't fuck. Talking to a bunch of guys who are middle schoolers looking at a Playboy at a truck stop bathroom, Not that I've ever done that. That's a 70s thing. But he's just sitting there going, yeah, sometimes you're a dude, drink too much, whatever it is. Sometimes your dick don't work. What the fuck you going to do? Again, I'm just like, that kind of confidence to tell a bunch of guys who clearly are embarrassed that they've had that experience. And this guy going, dude, it's okay. It happens. And watching them try to cope with it was fantastic. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, why don't you drink coffee in the morning, you cretin? I just never developed a taste for it. I never developed a taste for coffee. I just can't. The hot, like there's that, it's just that aroma. It's beanie. I can't explain, but the taste of coffee and the smell of coffee just makes me retch a bit. Numero uno with $1 says Chad has a mentally retarded person on on his show every episode. And another thing, I was really disappointed in Buzmak because I know he's got a bit to do, but our boy Buzmak was coping pretty hard that Johnny Jordan guy embarrassed himself. Not only embarrassed himself, embarrassed like the group of people he represents, but I don't think they should be embarrassed. I mean, they're all like him. He just either has the confidence or lack of shame to do it with his face on the camera, which is oddly refreshing. $5 from Drinking Beers says, I will publicly chop my balls off. All right, I'm listening. I will publicly chop my balls off and make a stew for Thanksgiving potluck if any of those files are ever actually released with all of the facts. Okay, 2 things, because I would really like to know that you chopped your balls off and made a Thanksgiving stew. So let's set the parameters for this. What does that entail? So no redaction, I think, is number 1. You get to keep your balls if anything's redacted. Number 2, How do we know if it's the files with all the facts? I mean, because they could release whatever they want, and you could just go, well, no, that's not that's not all the facts. Like, we need to establish how we know that they're releasing all the facts. That's all. I just want to set the parameters because I want to see if you'll actually cut your balls off and put it in a Thanksgiving stew. That would be nice. Tim the Toolman Taylor says, oh, fuck, the aroma is the best part of coffee. Good quality coffee will change your mind. It won't. I don't like that. I don't like the smell. I don't like the taste. It's that it smells like hot water, but then it also smells like some kind of thing melted into that. I'm sorry. Some people just don't like certain things. $1 from Numero Uno says, did you see Chad show his girlfriend's hairbrush, though? I think that's about where I tapped out because I was like, this is getting really retarded. I didn't understand. Chad was right, and I think a lot of people were upset about that, too. Chad was right that no matter how much proof you show of something, people will just deny it because they have their bubble, and that's the problem. Like, Aaron's been right about everything, but the people who hate Aaron are like, no, he lies. And then you go, about what? And they're like, well, this. And they're like, well, that was actually proven true. Good, fuck him. So Chad was right about, Chad's getting a little too smart for everybody, unfortunately, and that doesn't mean Chad's smart. That just means everyone else is really dumb. Chad has figured you guys all out. You know, he's figured out, he's like, no, I'm not. Gives a fuck what you think. Like, stop looking at people's hairbrushes that you don't know. It makes you look weird, not him. $1 from Veldrain says, people hear the name Lolita and cringe a bit. Melty fans hear the name and say, sounds too old. Can I get one without the TNA? You know, I saw that Mahmoud was coping this morning, too. He must have been watching some toe. He was like, can we just stop saying pedophile? I agree with him on that, by the way. Don't just call people pedos because you don't like them. That's bullshit. Now, if they make songs about fucking children and constant references to how they're going to fuck a 10-year-old girl, then you should call those people pedophiles. All day, every day, they should be called out for the monsters they are because that's a disgusting thing. If you say advocate for AI CSAM, you should probably be called a pedophile because that shows a clear attraction to children. But you are absolutely right. I think Mahmoud is right. If someone doesn't say anything about underage children, you shouldn't call them that. But if they're making songs and have a history of over a decade of saying fucked up things about wanting to have sex with children, you should absolutely call them a pedophile. Those people need to be called out. So I agree. Numero Uno with $1 says, you think Chad doesn't care what people think? Oh, I don't know. He might care what people think. Absolutely. I'm saying the words he was saying were correct. What he was saying was right. Whether or not he cares or not, you don't know that. I don't know that. That's between him and God. A-Team with $5 says, if Aaron is having the bean juice, it's the white kind. Thank you, sir. Drinking beers with $2 says Nader P has a point. I'll stuff the turkey instead. Wait, you're saying you'll have sex with a turkey now? Hold on. We're moving the goalposts, ladies and gentlemen. We're moving the goalposts. So are you cutting your balls off and putting them in a Thanksgiving stew? Or are you having sex with a turkey? Which one is it? Today's show is off to a weird start. Thank you guys very much for the Rumble rants, by the way. We also love Super Chats. We also love gifted memberships because by the end of today's show, if we're at 500, I go till 11 o'clock. Then we do members only afterwards. Shit, I could be going till noon today. And then I got to play basketball today. I got a basketball game to play. Got to do some working out. Might do some swimming today. I don't know. At any rate, we're off to a weird start today, but I like the vibe. Keep it going. 37 memberships. And we're at 500. Thank you guys so much. They want me to find Nader P's comment. Apparently, Nader P said something prolific. He says, scroll up and read my comment, asshole. Well, guess what, Nader P? When they've got money behind them, they're a lot easier to see. It shows up on my screen over here, my screen over here. How about that? How about that? You throw a couple bucks behind them, it's easy for me to see them. Nader P says, who the fuck eats stew for Thanksgiving? Fucking weirdo. That's true. That's true. Aussie Mark says, why are you shadow banned in YouTube? It's mostly the Israel-Palestine stuff. Also, we make a lot of our money on Rumble, and that takes you out of the algorithm. That's why using these alternative money sources is good, but it can also have a negative effect. YouTube is a very jealous god, and there is something weird happening with YouTube right now. They are starting to throttle people again, and now I don't know if you saw this, but they're taking money from people. And now there's another thing where if you don't use like super chats as your primary funding source, they will throttle you. They'll take you, they'll drop you down in the algorithm. But they're taking away. There was this guy who used to be a race car driver. He used to drive race cars. He got fired for, I guess, offensive. Like he was talking about whacking off to some. I mean, it's fucked up, but he was talking about whacking off to some anime of underage kids. It's weird, but I guess somebody charged back like $10,000 to $20,000 worth of super chats. I'm glad David Chandler got his money back. That's nice, but he charged them back, and now it's going to cost this Camelot guy like 10 to 20 grand. Now, in YouTube's terms of service. There is something about how the money isn't yours until the end of the month. And if the money is yours at the end of the month, then I guess they can't charge it back. But until then, they can charge it back, and YouTube can come get your money. Like here, there's a guy who explains it right here. I guess if someone gets mad at you. I mean, knock on wood, I've never had one. I have had people on Rumble who mean to, there was one guy who meant to give us $20 and he gave 200. I gave him his 180 back. That was fine. I have no problem with that. People who come right to me. I haven't really had an experience with people charging anything back. I've always said that if you donated and you were like, ooh, I really don't, would give it back to you. But this guy, they're talking about like he's losing $100 a day on YouTube. He's not making any money. They're charging back $10,000 to $20,000 worth of revenue, and I don't care how much money I have. That's a hit. That's a big hit. So this is this guy made this video, and look, I want to like the guy, but he's doing a fucking video with googly eyes on his hat. It's hard to take this seriously. I do, like, part of me likes the idea that you're going to break something down like YouTube super chats and you're going to wear a retarded hat because it is a retarded thing. But at the same time, you're like breaking this shit down seriously. You got googly eyeballs on. Also, people are bitching like YouTube's evil, YouTube's terrible. YouTube's not doing anything wrong. This is all in the terms of service that we sign. Chargebacks are allowed, and YouTube charges back the channel for every dollar. Like, if YouTube has to give them the money back, they're going to take it all from you. I'm sorry. This is fucking how it works. That makes sense. How spoiled we get. We have this platform. And by the way, this is another Steel Toe was right. You should have listened to Aaron. Diversify your streaming options. If you have 700 people watching you and it's spread out over 4 or 5 places, who gives a shit if you don't have 700 on YouTube? Knock it off. You want to talk to as many people as possible. You should be on as many platforms as possible. That way, when you get shoelied and you get banned for 7 days, you have somewhere else to go. It's a good thing. Now, the trade-off for that is you have to play by their fucking rules. They're giving you a platform so that you can have a show, reach people you wouldn't otherwise reach, and make money you wouldn't otherwise make. Also, the chargeback thing is a good way to keep customer relations. Keep the people who watch you happy. Give them the entertainment they're looking for, or they might fuck you. So apparently this guy gave $10,000 to $20,000 all in a month's time. And now they charged it all back, or there was something fraudulent, or he challenged it with his credit card company and he got the money back. So now this guy, 10 to 20 grand in the hole, really, really sucks. But this is how it works.
The most common cause. If someone buys a super chat, a super sticker, a super thanks, or a channel membership, and then disputes the charge with their bank or does a credit card chargeback, YouTube reverses the revenue. But here's the kick. YouTube passes the fee to the creator. A chargeback fee can be between $15 and $35.
Okay, and now there are people who have been commenting online. They're like, that's not fair. Let me tell you something. Those same people, if it happened to me, wouldn't be saying it's not fair. It's because they might like the person it happened to. I saw a bunch of other people. They don't like this Camelot guy, and they're like, fuck him. Who gives a shit? But I don't know. Me personally, it doesn't make my life better that some inbred retard hillbilly lost 10 to 20 grand. And this is like after he lost his driving gig and everything. So it's a shitty year for him. It doesn't make my life any better. It doesn't make your life any better, too. If you don't like someone and something bad happens to them, it doesn't make your life any better. I don't know why you'd revel in it, but this is another reason why you should read the shit you sign. You should read the shit you hit I agree to, because maybe you would read that and you would leave YouTube and you would go to Rumble, or you would go to Kick, or you would go somewhere else. Hey, be reading, folks. Be reading.
And if multiple are processed in one day, it can easily hit $100 or more. This is the number one reason why creators suddenly see a negative earnings day. How is that legal?
It's legal because YouTube's not forcing you to use them. YouTube isn't forcing you to stream on their platform. It's a privilege to be able to stream on their platform. And you signed an agreement that said you agree to that. Like, you can't say, how is that legal? How is that legal? You fucking agreed to it. You said, yeah. It's like shaking a guy's hand. He goes, I'm going to kick you in the balls if you shake my hand. And you go, okay, cool. Then you shake his hand, then he kicks you in the balls. You're like, that's not fair. He's like, I literally just agreed to me kicking you in the nuts. You agreed to getting kicked in the nuts. You want to be a slave to YouTube? This is what being a slave looks like.
It's insane. Short answer, it feels illegal, but it is absolutely legal.
It doesn't really feel illegal if the person processing your payments and giving you the money has the money taken away from them. They don't have to give it to you. Doesn't sound illegal. That sounds fucking normal.
Because of the contract every YouTube creator agrees to. Here's the breakdown in plain English. YouTube legally protects itself in the partner program contract. When someone joins YouTube partner program, they accept a binding agreement that includes clauses allowing reversal of invalid revenue, chargebacks, deduction. This needs to be addressed by the.
Why does it? See, that's what I don't get. Why does that need to be addressed? Why does it? I don't understand why that needs to be addressed by YouTube. They seem to be doing fine. And by the way, now that the cat is out of the bag on this, you're going to see this happen to more people. You're going to see more people fuck with people and charge back the shit.
Government. This should not be okay. That's insane. That's insane. Like, what the hell? Credit card chargeback laws favor the customer, not YouTubers. The bank pulls the money back. The payment processor charges a fee. YouTube passes that fee straight to the creator. This is normal across nearly all online platforms.
Yeah, see, this is all of them. Even places like fucking Gumroad, like even places that people consider kind of based or whatever. This is the way they do business. So people were up in arms about that yesterday, but this is nothing new. This is something that's been out there this whole time. It's never been out front. I mean, people just haven't had it happen to them. Is all. People just haven't had this happen to them. Nader P with $1 says, sorry for the asshole comment. I hasn't had my coffee yet. That's very important, I hear. $2 from Drinking Beers says, you can cut my balls off and stuff the turkey. I'd rather not. $1 from Numero Uno. He says, stop using other people as your Ukraine. You fuck. That's my shtick. I'm not against using people as my Ukraine, but who did I do that with? Who did I use as my proxy? Nader P with $1. Oh, no, we just did that one. There was one I missed. I can't find it now. Maybe it got charged back. Oh, no. Ryan the Garbage Man says, thanks for reminding me. Sorry, I forgot to make coffee. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, bro, talking shit about Camelot isn't cool. He's my favorite smash-up derby driver. Oh, wait, never mind. I've just been informed he was supposed to finish the race. Oh. That's not okay. That's not okay. All right, give us some money so you can charge it back later, you dirty dogs. TDR shit show with $5. Thank you very. It's not Rumble Friday. Why are you sending me this?
You agree that Apple may charge your credit card or PayPal account for any products purchased in the iTunes store.
Can somebody please explain to me what is going on?
We're trying to find out exactly what Kyle agreed to.
There can't be anything in that agreement that allows a company to do what they're talking about to Kyle.
Hold up, here it is right here. By clicking agree, you are also acknowledging that Apple may sew your mouth to the butthole of another iTunes user.
Oh, boy.
Apple and its subsidiaries may also, if necessary, sew yet another person's mouth onto your butthole, making you a being that shares one gastral tract.
No, there you go. Yeah, and that's it. Do you want to use Apple or not? How bad do you want a mouthful of shit? It's up to you. Much like Pam Bondi, the ball's in your court. Dead Game says, give me 10 grand, Chubby. We'll call it even. No, what? Numero uno with $1 says, I'm going to be charging all of these back in 2030 when you least expect it. You're old, so you'll have forgotten I said this by then. Joke's on you. I actually came here from the future to lobby Congress to stop those rules and call it the numero uno rule so you can't charge me back in 2030. You're going to be so fucking mad when you find out how that plays out. And I apologize in advance. The President AOC years are weird. I just want to give you the quick heads up. All right, guys, thank you very much. Fun start to the show today. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. And throw a couple of memberships our way. Like I said, 37 memberships away from 500. I'm excited to hit that this week. I want to hit that this week. And if we hit that 500, I have to go till 11 today. Redbird with $2 says, you would have been fucked if this was happening during the April end times. Don't give them any ideas. Don't give them any ideas. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Mike Sheely, Mersh's shoot name, recently filed a charge back with his Credit One WWE credit card for a 12-pack of Natty Daddies, and we had to fight it in court. Oh, really? Oh, so he went to Wawa and he bought. Wow, that's a dick move. Sam Show says, quick, call April back. No, really, I'm good. Really, I'm okay. It's fine. Goddamn, what were we talking about yesterday on the show? We were going down memory lane a little bit. And we were telling some stories, and oh my God, sometimes I really do, like when I tell those stories from back in the day, it really does feel like a different person. It feels like a different human being. It feels like I'm narrating someone else's life. It's so weird how, like, now that I've mend all the fences with my family and we're all very close again and everything else, it really does feel like my second marriage never happened. That's very, like, one of two things. Either all of the wounds from that marriage have been healed. I've acknowledged all of my misgivings and wrongdoings, and I've controlled what I can control and changed what I can change. Or I have just shut it out as a trauma experience and am pretending it never happened. Seeing as I still tell stories about it, I'm going to go with the former, but I think there's a lot of people who would say, are you sure it's not the latter? MSO says, oh, it happened, fat boy. Hold on, let me see something. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, it happened. All right. I checked an app. Turns out it 1,000% did happen. All right. You guys hit like. You guys hit subscribe. You guys hit follow. Let's put that big number up on the board this morning. We got to 700 twice this week. Let's see. This is our lowest viewed day of the week typically, but I want you hitting like. I want you hitting follow. I want you hitting subscribe. We're about at 5. Let's get to now. 6 is a normal day. We can get to 6. That's awesome. And 7 really feels good. So see if we can get that to 7 today. It really is in your control. There's hundreds of you in here. All of you hit thumbs up. I mean it. It takes a second. Throw in a membership while you're at it. We're going to have ourselves a good time today. This is a big thing in Minnesota. And, really the northern part of the country in general is it's winter. Well, it's almost winter time. We're heading towards Thanksgiving, and people are itching to get out on the ice. Now, me personally, I never understood it. It's cold. You're standing on a cold surface. It makes your feet cold. I don't like going out on the ice. I don't see a reason to go on it. Ice fishing, even ice fishing the way like I used to, when I went deer hunting, firearm hunting that one time, where I just stayed in the camper, the hunting camper. You're still in like a little shack, even if it's inside and heated. You're in a shack with a bunch of fat, stinky dudes. It's not a good time. If you like fishing, it's great. But there's some animals who like sit on buckets and ice fish. Those are some hardcore motherfuckers. And then you've got the ones who have like the ice castles, and they'll sit in there and they'll drink beer all day, and they'll sit there with lines in the water hoping to catch something. And I'm sure that's fun for them. It's just not my thing. But some of these psychopaths get way too excited, and they can't wait to get out on that ice. And, man, they head out there, and they're like, oh, yeah, the ice is great. The ice is totally fine. And I'm sitting here going, dude, we haven't had a high below 32 all year yet. You can't go out. You can't go on to that ice. I don't even know, as I got to notice the next time I drive by water, there's not even ice out there yet. But in northern Minnesota, a couple of teenage boys went out on the ice, couldn't wait. They went through, and they had to be rescued. Now, I've felt this way my entire adult life. You go out onto the ice like a dipshit this early in the year, and you go through, you or your family should have to pay emergency services back. The taxpayer should not be on the hook for your dumb ass going out on November 19th onto the ice and falling through. 2 boys, ages 13 and 14, no better, fell through the ice on Tuesday on Straight Lake in Osage. Straight Lake. It's homophobic. Located in Becker County, Minnesota. According to authorities, the boys were attempting to ice fish. Jesus Christ. I mean, here you can still regular fish. I mean, if you want to go fishing here, you got to stand on an overpass and cast into the water. Ice fishing. They fell through the ice. They were found floating inside an otter sled that they had been sitting in while trying to move across the ice when they fell through. Authorities responded to the lake at about 2:51 p.m. on Tuesday. The Minnesota DNR officer broke through the ice at a boat launch, and along with a Hubbard County deputy, they drove the boat and broke the ice to get the boys. That means the ice was so thin you could just fire up your boat, put it in go, break right through the ice. Your little Alumacraft became an icebreaker. The boys were not injured, but were checked out by first responders. Yeah, you had to stick a light in your ear to see if you could see a functioning human brain. The Minnesota DNR has ice safety tips on its website. Here's a really good ice safety tip. Is it 42 degrees right now in Minnesota? Yes. Get your ass off the lake. In general, if ice is less than 4 inches thick, we measure with Dr. Doom's penis. People should stay off the ice. The DNR recommends at least 4 inches of new clear ice for people on ice on foot. 5 to 7 inches for snowmobiles. We measure with numero uno's dick. 7 to 8 inches for side-by-side. We measure that one with Wally World's dick. 9 to 12 inches for cars. We measure that with mine. We just stick it in there 3 times. 13 to 17 inches for trucks. We use Justin Jefferson. And 20-plus inches for a heavy-duty truck with a shelter. We use a retarded Aborigine. How about this? Instead of going through what the measurements need to be, on November 20th when it's 40 degrees. Get your ass off the ice. The shame of it is it wasn't cold enough out for these boys to actually be hurt by any of this. So they just got to be stupid. The county comes out and rescues them. Everyone else pays the tab, and they're probably out doing God knows what today. They're probably fine. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, how am I just learning Camelot driving a race car is real and not a horrible Make-A-Wish mistake for putting a Mongoloid in a car and in an active race? I didn't realize there were so many people who like shitting on Camelot. I just kind of, I don't know. The guys said really dumb, erroneous shit about me, and I laugh it off. But other people just fuck it. I saw a lot of people who were like, fuck him, good. But I feel like a lot of people feel that way about like streamers in general. Like, you guys don't have a real job, and we don't. You guys don't have a real job. Go fuck yourselves. I don't care. Like, it's hard to tell a blue collar person who's going to work every day, I got $10,000 to $20,000 in chargebacks, y'all. It's really sad. I was so mad I crashed my car into an embankment, which I do for a living. But like, you tell someone who's driving to work, they're like, yeah, I really don't fucking care. So you sat there in your chair, you talked a bunch of shit. You had some hoe on your show who just waved her titties around and then, to push her OnlyFans, and then you made some money off it. And some of those people feel like they didn't get quality programming, so they charged it back. You don't say. Hard to tell that to a fucking welder who's going to work today. Abel Graham with $1 says, nice shirt today, Aaron, for a fatty like you. All I heard was nice shirt. Numero Uno with $2 says, so one of the top personalities in the Dabbleverse, who also has had real relationships with women, thoughts on this hairbrush? Oh, am I supposed to talk about Chad's hairbrush? Oh, you have no idea how little I care, but I'm going to do it out of respect for Numero Uno. So this is supposed to be his girlfriend's hairbrush? What's wrong with that? I see a little hair up here. Oh, because it's not like infested with hair because, well, here, you want me to show you? My daughter's bathroom is right there. Should I go get her hairbrush? Would you like to see my daughter's hairbrush and we can compare to Chad Zumach's girlfriend's? Is this that important? Yeah, and you know what? Dead Game said it perfectly. Maybe he's got a black girlfriend. Is there a problem with that? Is it upsetting to you that Chad maybe has a black girlfriend? Maybe he has a girlfriend with alopecia. Does it really surprise you that Chad would settle for a bald chick? Maybe he's got a G.I. Jane thing going on. You don't know. Hunter with $5 says, we'll call it even for the taxpayer picking up your tab. At least this was legitimate life-saving work. Yeah, for retards. Numero Uno says, I'd prefer SP's hairbrush. No. I don't know why Chad showed the hairbrush. It's not like, dude, no matter what, this is what Chad needs to learn. And he did say this, no matter, that hairbrush could have been filled with hair and they would have said, that's your sister. Or they would have said, that's somebody else's. You borrowed a hairbrush from your neighbor. Like, they're never, take it from someone who has schooled these people over and over, been right. Dude, I've been right about the show they're obsessed with numerous times, and they just blank it out like rape trauma, these people. So you're not going to convince them. They have the decision made in their head. All you can do is fuck with them and tease them. And that's what I've chosen to do. And it works out wonderful. And they rage about it all day. I've caused these people more lost hours at work than an internet outage. Numero Uno with $1 says, this is one of the most important questions of our lifetime. Well, here, I'll answer it. I don't think Chad's lying about having a girlfriend. I think most of the people who watch these shows in that world lie about having a girlfriend. That's the other problem. Like, the people who host all the Dabbleverse hosts and all the Dabbleverse fans are some of the most projecting people I've ever seen in my life. Take it to the bank that if somebody hosting one of those shows or somebody who's heavy in the chats and Reddits of those shows makes an accusation at someone else, it's because that's how they see the world and that's what they do. It happens every time. Joey Caravello with $2 says Chad should be arrested for racial treason. Well, I mean, okay, we can talk about that. We can talk about that part. Chad should be arrested for racial treason. Absolutely. J-Fish says, the irony is so deep. Thank you for proving my point. You can't imagine that maybe you've been wrong and I've been telling it like it is, even when it was proven to you in front of your face. You have your rationale, you have your determination, and you can't stray from it. $1 from numero uno Josh Denny fan says, to show how easy it is to prove, could you go grab one of SP's tampons or something, unused preferably? No, it's up my asshole right now. Hobo Chili says, Aaron, Chad can beat you at basketball. I'm not saying that Larry Jailbird just beats everybody in basketball just automatically, but there is such a height difference between Chad and I that it really wouldn't be fair. I would beat Chad in basketball, but not because, I'm this uber stud. Well, Chad probably would have lost in jail, but it's not because I'm just going to wipe the floor with Chad because I'm that much better than he is. It's because he's like 5'8", 5'9", and I'm 6'3". Like, it wouldn't, you just go down in the post, spin move, baby hook every time. Then once he kind of gets used to the baby hook, you do an up and under, and I miss a shot, I can reach over him and grab any rebound flat-footed. Like, it wouldn't be fair. I would be, here, I'll be gracious. I would beat Chad in a game of basketball, but it's not because of how much, more athletically talented I am than him. Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, Chad is much taller and has much longer reach. Wait, what? Are we? So, yes, numero uno, thank you. I have weighed in on Chad hairbrush gate. I don't believe Chad is lying about having a girlfriend. I will say this, though. If you care whether or not he is, I've got bad news for you. You're a homosexual. Them's the breaks. Yeah, I agree with Sam Show. If you're trying to prove to the internet that you've got a girlfriend, you're a dipshit. Numero uno with another $1 says, you won't prove Chad is a retard. You won't prove Johnny isn't dead. You won't prove you aren't on the 7th SP. This isn't how this went in pre-show rehearsals. I'm sorry, buddy. But hey, this is why you love me. I'm off script, baby. We're shooting, partner. Thank you guys for the contributions. I appreciate it. $2 from Loaded Wrench says, debate Chad. I would do what that looked fun. That actually did look like a good time. And Chad deserves like a good debate partner because that guy was embarrassing. And you know what? I do appreciate that guy's had most of his brain lobotomized, so he couldn't even tell how badly he was embarrassing himself. And most of the audience of those kind of shows are lobotomized, so they thought that he was doing well. So it was like watching monkeys fling shit in a zoo and not know they're doing it for our entertainment. That part was nice. And then making Mahmoud feel the way I did. I'm sorry, dude. You picked a partner who sings songs about fucking kids and threatens to have sex with children. I don't. You have to cope with that your own way. Don't put it on the rest of us. All right, let's go into some shit. This was interesting, but I don't have a ton to say about it. I just thought it was something you guys should know. This is, I guess you would call this one of those public services, right? The Federal Trade Commission has decided that Mark Zuckerberg and Meta do not fall under antitrust enforcement, that they are not a monopoly, and the company does not need to be broken up. Now, I don't agree with this because, I think what we've done here in end stage capitalism, and I think it maybe didn't start, but it got accelerated and put on steroids with the Citizens United case, where in Citizens United, it basically gave corporations the same protections as human beings, basically saying corporations are people. When they're not, they're a legally established entity. I have a corporation. All right. It shouldn't have the same rights that I do as an individual human being. And now you have this thing where we go, well, we can't go after Meta and break it up. It's like, well, if it's skewing the market and it's bad for the consumers and it's bad for the individual, then yes, I like what Teddy Roosevelt did with the monopolies. I like that we broke Microsoft up. I think we should do it more often. I think it's a good thing. It creates more competition in the marketplace. You know, there was this rule in radio that allowed radio to thrive, and radio would still be doing better if we had this rule. There was a name for it. I can't remember what the name was, but it didn't allow a company to own more than one AM and one FM station in a market. Wasn't allowed. You could own an AM, you could own an FM, that's it. Clinton got rid of it in the 90s, and then all of a sudden you saw all these corporations and hedge funds buying up radio stations, gutting them, and destroying the business. Like, do you know that 90% of the population listens to the radio at least once a week? There's an audience there for radio, but they don't invest in talent. They don't invest in content and programming, so nobody wants to listen to this shit because it's boring. And they can go listen to music somewhere else. And they can go get news information on podcasts and somewhere else. So it's not what it used to be because all these corporations came in, bare bonesed it, extracted as much red meat out of it as they could and left it to die. I think we should have the same thing in social media. I don't think you should be allowed to own more than one social media company. Like Ellison has TikTok. Okay, that's it. No more for you, just TikTok. Zuckerberg, he has to decide. You want Facebook or you want Instagram? You can have one or you can have the other. You can't have both. You own Twitch, Amazon. You can't own another streaming service. Sorry. I think we should have that protection. I think those are good protections for the consumer. I think they're good protections for the marketplace. I think this idea that if we don't treat corporations like they're who the Constitution was talking about, I think you end up with a country we're getting, which is an oligarchy. When you start treating these corporations who already have an advantage over the individual to begin with, and you start giving them the same protections those people do, but then also extra added protections of being a corporation, now all of a sudden you're fucking over the regular people and you're creating this gap, this distance, this inequality that we're seeing that leads people to vote for people like Mamdani or Bernie Sanders or AOC because they feel like they're getting worked and gamed by the system. And quite frankly, they are. So, yeah, I think it is time to break up Meta. I think Zuckerberg does control too much of the conversation. I don't think it's good that a lot of the media we consumed is owned by a handful of people. It's bad. It's bad business. It's bad practice. Because you can say I'm a journalist. You can say I'm the news, so I'm not biased. But we all put our implicit biases into things, consciously or unconsciously. So Reason.com, which is libertarian, and I tell you, libertarians are going to kill this country. Because libertarians are people who actually root for corporations who are actively operating against the people. Libertarians are like, oh, liberty for individuals. There is nothing more in cahoots with this government that libertarians claim to hate than billionaires and corporations. And you root for them and you protect them, acting like it's a zero-sum game and it doesn't affect the individual when it does. So Reason goes, the decision ends the witch hunt begun under the first Trump administration. Why do you think Mark Zuckerberg seemingly went from an out-of-control lefty to a MAGA conservative when Trump got elected? Because he knew he needed to get this antitrust shit out of the way, and he needed to get this settled. So if he sucks up to Trump and soothes his ego, Trump won't declare him a monopoly and won't say that he needs to be broken up. But I think we need to put those protections back in. I think we need diversity in the media. I think we need diversity in social media. I think you ought to be able to break these things up. And Meta ought to be one of them. Drinking beers with $2 says, did you ever hook up Jail Mikey with some money? I was busy that week after you were released from confinement. I hooked Mikey up while we were in. Like I would, well, even Mikey said that. Even Mikey said in that interview, he said, yeah, Aaron hooked me up regularly. That sounds gay. That sounded gay. I wish I wouldn't have said that like that. But yeah, I took care of Mikey. Mikey's my boy. We were pals. You know? I showed him a good spin move. He showed me how to set someone on fire if they're pissing you off. He's a good guy. You guys are going to love this next one. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. I appreciate it. I do appreciate it. Oh, by the way, Scouse Ghost, yes. That's why when you make, you're actually proving my point, Scouse Ghost. He's saying, well, Aaron, couldn't someone call you a pedo or say you're this or you're that because of jokes you've made? Yes. That's why when you make those jokes, you can't complain when people develop opinions about you. I do jokes about race. I do jokes about religion. I do jokes about all that. You know what people have called me for the last 20 years? Racist, misogynist, bigot, anti-Semite, things like that. You don't see me going, oh, people should stop saying that. I don't like it. You get to say that because I've made jokes about those things. You don't get to make the jokes and then cry like a little pussy bitch when people hold you accountable for the shit you say. That's the difference between me being a professional and others just being podcasters. I know the difference. So yes, absolutely, Scouse Ghost. I appreciate you saying that. You proved my point. Numero Uno says Elon just secured a $1 trillion payday in the future after telling everyone money will be worth. Oh, hey, we're going to do that one. We're going to get to that story. Hey, quit reading ahead in the prep sheets, Numero Uno. You said if I gave those to you, you'd stop giving away all my secrets. You bastard. You guys are going to love this. I hate it. And that might be part of the reason that you love it. Sheriffs in Tippecanoe, that's a place. Sheriffs in Tippecanoe County, Indiana, are giving out tickets to students. They went into school and they just started handing out tickets to students. Now, a lot of you are going to like this. You don't like these kids just getting away with murder, going in there to school, doing whatever the hell they want. I get it. I understand. I hate this because I think it's going to discourage kids from doing something very funny. And then you guys are going to love it because you want these darn rapscallions punished. You want these darn kids to be set straight. So these Tippecanoe County sheriffs go into school, overextend their authority, and start handing out these tickets to these kids, and you'll see what for.
Can you believe he did it?
The sheriff?
The sheriff passed it.
I heard he did it.
6-7, county ordinance, now illegal.
Wow. I'm pretty excited right now that we're going to be giving out some tickets for this. I hear the kids in the cafeteria right now, too.
Absolutely. I think we can give out 67 of these things.
This is the shittiest thing. And I told you guys, I don't like this, and you're going to love it. I hate it when adults, try to oversell, hey, we're hip, hey, we're cool, we know the kids' lingo. That's not what you're supposed to do as an old person. As an old person, you're supposed to use their lingo to humiliate and embarrass them. You're not supposed to show kids that it bothers you. So these cops are like, hey, we passed Ordinance 67. We're going to hand out guess what they're going to do? They're going to hand out tickets for the kids going 6, 7. First of all, maybe it's because they're my children, but I love Gen Alpha. I think they're great. Gen Z is meh. Gen Z, here's what they're going to be. They're going to be the cry bully generation. They're going to be the ones who talk really tough, shit on people, but then as soon as they get poked, they go, oh, why are you doing this? Drama. I like Gen Alpha because so far, Gen Alpha is just kind of fun, you know? Gen Z is more base than any other generation. The millennials are entitled bastards. You know what Gen Alpha is so far? Not political. They're not political whatsoever, and I love that about Gen Alpha, and I hope they stay that way. I hope we get nothing but 6, 7. You know what I want Gen Alpha to be? The character Pauly Shore plays in every one of his movies. That's what I'd like them to be. That disassociated. So let's watch these cops give out 6, 7. First of all, 6, 7 is fun. You should be doing it in your real life. It's one of the coolest things that Gen Alpha has contributed to the world. It's awesome.
At least 6 or 7.
Tickets for the 6, 7 thing. So, no, this is gay. Because all this is the cops being like, hey, when you get older, I don't want you to think that we're fascists here to take away your rights. And I'll say this about going through our legal system. I think the police are the least biased and corrupt. I do. The best treatment I've ever gotten is from police officers, corrections officers, people like that. In my case, there was no bias in their. The only bias in their game was some of them were fans. That's probably why I like them so much. We got a good following in law enforcement. But, like, they were the ones who let their personal feelings get involved the least in our system. So, like, people like to scapegoat the cops and be like, they're jackbooted fascist thugs. Well, at least their job is to arrest people for breaking the law. It's the people who are supposed to be fair and impartial, and they're supposed to be the innocent until proven guilty people. Those are the rapscallion, rat bastard problems. The cops are just what they are. But this is like, so the cops trying to do PR work so all these kids don't think they're pieces of shit when they get older.
Added change 4. What else, Emery? 6, 7.
Whoa. What'd you say? Did I just hear 6, 7, Mrs. Keller?
You did.
It'd be funny if one kid just yelled out the N-word. It was like, is that illegal? And they're like, oh shit, this got away from us.
I think it was this one. I saw her hand up.
Oh, yeah.
That's a student of color. Bad look, guys. Bad look. The girl starts resisting. They have to, like, hold her down. They're punching her in her shoulder to get her arm free, and they're like, come on, we're taking you in. This could have been easy. Stop resisting.
First ticket of the day.
Oh, no.
Hey, Indiana Code 6-7. It's now against the law to use the word 6-7 unless using it in a math problem or someone's age. Hey, man, good job.
I hate these two. Anyway, this person writing, can you give us a detailed report on what 6-7 is? People in the chat are asking. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. You guys aren't as cool as I am. 6-7 is essentially this. 6-7. There. That's what it is. That's it. It's just you say that and then you do a retarded thing with your hands. It's fun. If you're like an adult who doesn't have children, it's gay. I get it. But if you have kids, it's like the thing you get to do to embarrass your kids. Remember when your parents would do that to you and you would go, ugh. Your parents were right. When you get older and you have children, you finally understand. And it is this sweet, sweet redemption. I can't call it revenge because your kids didn't do anything to you. Your parents did it to you. But you pass that on to your children and then they get to do it when they're older. It is a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to hear your kids slang and then use it. Like, I always tell them how things are cooked, or if something's bad, it's cheeks, I like it. I've adopted Generation Alpha lingo, and I like cheeks. It means it's ass. Kind of fun. Gen Alpha isn't old enough to be cursing all the time. So they're like, oh, Dad, that movie? No, I don't watch that movie. That's cheeks. I like cheeks. I like 6-7. You know why? It's chaos. It's chaos in a bottle, and we've captured it, and it's perfect. And I think 6-7 is a good way to find out who has a sense of humor and who takes life too seriously. If you see this and you go, it's fucking stupid, I hate it, God, these kids come up with dumb shit. You don't have a sense of humor, you take things too seriously. 6-7 is way too much fun. Zen Man Builds with $1 says, so 6-7 means you move your hands in a ball juggling move. Cool. Until Valhalla, brothers.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
Okay, wait a minute. You're the one who made it a ball juggling move. Do you mean like balls, or do you mean like throwing at a carnival balls? Yeah, see, Day One Salt says, fondles balls, 6-7. You're the one who made this balls. This could be anything. You made it balls. You made it testicles. Not me. Not anybody else. People really don't like 6-7. I don't get it. It's fun. It's a good time. Why aren't we enjoying ourselves more? Huh? Why are we being so negative with Gen Alpha slang? Here, let's get some of this. Gen Alpha slang. Maybe if we were closer to 500 memberships, I would agree with you. TDR Shit Show with $5 says Thought those escaped from the zoo the other day. Don't give it a ticket, capture it and return it to the zoo. That's really fucking racist. That's like we didn't even I don't even think we hid that one very much. Thank you very much. We can't mention that. We're doing the experiment. Thank you. I did want to see some Gen Alpha slang. Here you go. Oh yeah, here's another one. Riz is good. I like Riz too. It's short for charisma. I think that's a good one. Gat, a slang term often used as a compliment for a woman with a big ass. Gat. That's like goddamn, right? Gat? Woman with a big ass. See, now I feel like I landed on Mars. I know Skibbity. Skibbity is retarded. I don't like Skibbity. We can get rid of that one because Skibbity means everything. If something's shit, it's Skibbity. If something's good, Skibbity. It doesn't make any fucking sense. If it's strange, it's Skibbity. I don't like Skibbity. Bussin' I love. Bussin' is fantastic. Bussin' needs to be put into everybody's lexicon. Sus is great. I'm telling you, man, these Gen Alpha kids know how to talk. They're cool. Cap is a lie. I feel like that's more a Gen Z word. No cap is that something is true. Dog water. I feel like dog water's been around for a minute, used to describe something that is of very low quality. I like dog water. Slay, again, slay I think is a Gen Z word if you do really well in something. Bet is a way to say yes. Again, bet, Gen Z. Phantom tax, a term that originated from a streaming gag about taking a portion of someone else's food. NPC, non-playable character, that's been around. Mog, to look significantly better than someone else. And Delulu is short for delusional. I hate Delulu. So let's keep Riz, Bustin', Sus, Dog Water, Slay, Bet, and that's it. I'm telling you, man, kids got something to contribute. We should be listening. Or as Mike Go says, faggot terms, all of it. Well, Richard Head says, Aaron, here's a new one. Put a Glock in your mouth and pull the trigger. That's not slang. It's also way too wordy. Richard Head, this is why I do a show and you don't. You got to be a little more concise with your slang. No offense. Joey Caravello with $2 says, on the set of the movie Grown Ups, Kevin James allegedly stole money from Rob Schneider's trailer and used it on cocaine and hookers. His family-friendly image is a lie. Oh, shit. Coltrane with $1 says, my wife, kids, and I went to Freddy's last week, and a kid yelled 6'7", and my 7-year-old and I all said it back. LOL, I'm 41, but it was funny because their mom said, how embarrassing to her son. Yeah, tell your wife that there's nothing embarrassing about that. That is, honestly, that's like the coolest thing that I've ever heard anyone do, is just start a 6'7" chain in a burger joint. It's fun. Zenman says, can he own a gun? Who own a gun? Kevin James? I can own a gun. Kevin James can own a gun. Rob Schneider. We can all own guns. Joey Caravello says that's actually true. Colin Quinn told Opie, and Opie told me, oh, wow, I didn't realize. I didn't realize that you were so close with Colin Quinn and Opie. I had no idea. We've been talking a lot about this. We're going to do this story real quick. This one you might consider a little dry. By the way, Rumble, doing great. YouTube, bringing up the rear. Hit like, hit share, hit follow, hit subscribe. You're starting to go up a little bit, but go ahead and knock that up a little bit. Let's go up, YouTube. Hit like. You've been quiet today. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Rumble, you're doing great. 568 is our number. Let's keep that climbing up towards 600. Let's hit the like gas. Let's hit the share gas. And let's get to 7 again today. That would be 3 out of 4 days hitting 700. I like that. Root says Glocks are trash for dudes with big hands. Fuck Glocks. I've heard, a lot of people I respect in the gun community don't like Glocks. They think Glocks are shit. And I take their opinion and I make it my own. Hunter with $5 says we'll call it even for the taxpayer picking up your tab. At least the saving the kids going through the ice was life-saving work. I mean, I didn't ask them to pick up my tab. They decided it was a good idea. Drinking Beers with $2 says every older retard with a generation younger than them hates what the younger generation does. My dad hated my bullshit. My grandpa hated my dad's bullshit. The show goes on. I guess I'm different then. I think my kid's bullshit is hilarious. That's probably a sign that I'm terminally immature. I mean, I'm supposed to. Here's my problem. I like their stuff. I think I just have, and this is going to sound remarkably gay, I think I just have a zest for life. Sorry. That sounds really gay. I think I just enjoy life and, I live by the Van Wilder credo of don't take life too seriously or you'll never make it out alive. So I don't know. I enjoy my kids' slang. I think they've got some good words, and I like stealing them. That's all. All right, guys, you are 37 memberships on Rumble away from 500. I want to hit that number today. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. So this is very interesting. You know how we've been following Minnesota fraud? And a lot of this fraud has been the Somali community and all of that. And we can pick on it, and it's fun, and we've had a great time on the show. We've also gotten very mad at how much money has been stolen from the taxpayers. But there's this other thing, and I want to look into this because it doesn't make any sense. There's an insurance company in Minnesota called UCare. And UCare was this health insurance company that was basically, it received government subsidies so that it could provide cheap health insurance to struggling Minnesotans. And I'm a Health Partners guy. I don't know a lot about UCare. I don't know anybody who's on UCare. But they're supposed to be a company that's propped up by subsidies, so they're supposed to be fine. They had a massive surplus 2 years ago, and now they're shutting down. And this is something that's not being looked at in Minnesota right now, and I'm worried that, when you go from a massive surplus like that to out of business in 2 years, and there's a lot of government involvement, something wonky going on, somebody wasn't watching the books, there's a lot of fraud, and I'm worried this might be tied to the Feeding Our Future stuff. And the Medicaid stuff, and the people with disabilities stuff, and the autism, and the daycare scandals. I'm worried that this is just another domino falling now in the Minnesota social safety net. Let's go ahead and take a look at this story.
UCare is ending its insurance coverage in 2026, but about 88,000 Minnesotans now have a new home for Medicaid coverage. Medica will take control of its existing health plans in the Medicaid, family, and individual markets for UCare. Fox 9's Cornhogger joining us live with the
There's our boy again. That's our news mascot, Cornhogger. I love this guy. They send him everywhere.
This healthcare nonprofit that has been around for decades. Corin?
Yeah, Kelsey, this is a pretty big deal for more than 300,000 Minnesotans. UCare was created more than 40 years ago, trying to help folks get health insurance coverage when they were on the lower end of the income spectrum and usually relied on Medicaid. And it was a profitable business, a very profitable business.
Look at that. Look at that. Okay, look at that. A $325 million profit in 2022. A $500 million loss this year. That doesn't make sense. Now, I know that there's Medicaid cuts. I know that the Obamacare subsidies are being sunset at the end of this year. But it doesn't make sense. You're fucking something up. With the Medicaid cuts this year, they were expected to hit losses of $1 billion in 2025. The math ain't mathin'. This isn't just Republican budget cuts. This is, and also, you can't trust the state of Minnesota because we've been a fraud mobile since the minute that Tim Walz apparently got into office, and we're only finding out about it now because this guy didn't give a shit enough to keep an eye on it. As a matter of fact, his attorney general, Keith Ellison, was going to dinners and social events with a lot of these people who have been indicted and sent to jail for the Feeding Our Future scandal. So not only are these guys not interested in pursuing any of this stuff, but a lot of times their buddies are doing it. It's a corrupt administration. And now this UCare thing, look, The only reason I'm not saying I know this is fraud or I know this is people fucking around is because I don't know enough about the inner workings of this to level that allegation. But I have a hard time believing that there were so many government spending cuts, because our government's still running a massive deficit. I have a hard time believing that you went from $325 million to the good to $500 million to the bad just on government budget cuts. You had the Biden administration. They didn't cut, what's this? This would be 825. They didn't cut $825 million from your Minnesota budget. Something happened here. There's widespread fraud. You don't get to this kind of loss like Enron or Bear Stearns, companies like that. They don't collapse just because business went bad. They collapse because there was fraud, there was mismanagement, and somebody wasn't keeping their eye on the money. That had to be what happened here. Please don't let this UCare just go out of business and we forget about it. Find out what happened and let's throw some people in jail.
This just recently, 3 years ago, posting.
And by the way, who hurts because of this? I bet you the people that were on the board of UCare got a golden parachute and out the door. Meanwhile, poor people lose their health insurance. It's not a fucking joke. Like this shit, this is corporatism. This is endgame capitalism. This is why libertarianism is stupid and I had to denounce it. People think that these companies deserve the same fucking protections that you and I do. When you do that, these companies get to operate at a $500 million loss. And it's the poor people who get left holding the fucking bag with no insurance.
Very high profits. But
we don't need to protect these people. They are the powerful.
Recently, it's struggled to stay afloat as healthcare costs have gone up, and the company lost money trying to expand and in legal challenges. UK reported a net loss of $500 million in 2024. The financials now are looking even worse for Medicare providers. Minnesota state officials expect to lose $500 million in federal Medicaid payments this year because of the big budget bill passed by Republicans and President Trump.
That's not because of President Trump and the Republicans. There are subsidies in Obamacare that are sunsetting at the end of this year. The Biden administration allowed those sunset clauses. So this idea that Trump, I'm offended that they think Trump and these Republicans are cutting any spending. They don't. They're not cutting any spending, even though they promised they would. These are sunset clauses in Medicaid payments.
And the early impact came in September when UCare announced its withdrawal from 11 Minnesota counties. Benton, Chisago, Crow Wing, Pennington, Ramsey, Roseau, Sherburne, Stearns, St. Louis, Wadena, and Wright County all lost UCare Medicaid coverage.
By the way, it's November, and you do know one thing about Wadena County, people may not know this about Wadena County, Minnesota. And I like that a lot of you who listen to this show aren't from this area because we get to teach you about this stuff. But maybe some of you in the chat will know this already. Some of you already know. The county of Wadena, especially in the winter months, I'm just waiting. I'm going to drag this out. Number one, for the pain of those who don't know. And number two, to see if anyone in the chat knows and we can laugh along together. And really, I think only Minnesotans know this about Wadena County. But there are two very striking qualities of Wadena County this time of year. Thank you, Von Kaiser. Yeah, in November in Minnesota, Wadena is both funky and cold. Funky, cold Wadena. It's a cold state. It's a funky state. And it's funky, cold Wadena. Conditioner on my D says, this is why you suck. I wish shit like that didn't make me happy. You understand that this show is to entertain me as much as it is to entertain you. We understand each other, right? Fuck you, Aaron. Can you fucking not? I hate you. Tomatoes in the chat. That grin is what makes it so bad. Boo. Hey, Sakamoto Shinanomi doesn't have a membership. Let's get on that. Hospitality, boys and girls. Landers says, what about a monkey on my wiener? That's disgusting. Don't ruin it. Snowcat Tish says, that wasn't worth the hype, my dude. That's what makes it worth the hype. Don't you understand I'm a genius? Conditioner on my D says, fuck, that was so gay. Remember when Conditioner on my D first started listening to this show months ago, and he's like, this is retarded, this is stupid, I fucking hate you. And now he's like part of the group, and he's here every day for hours on end. And remember when I told him that was going to be the case? I'm charming. I'm charming. Rabbi Mikey's throwing tomatoes at me. Dead Game says I'm in the Goldilocks zone. You're so gay. In the great words of the critic, this stinks. Go back to jail. So glad Somalis run that state. You deserve it. I feel dumber hearing that. This is worse than the King Kong bit. And you have the nerve to be mad about the 40-point buck. It's the 30-point buck, by the way. Nader P says 8 or 9 more jokes like that, and I will go watch Camelot VODs because they're less painful. Not for him, they're not. Mikey Two Milk says, I threw tomatoes because there is no shit emoji. Why? What could I have possibly said that would have made you that upset? I mean, I know I made that like really funny Tone Loc joke just a second ago, but what did I say that was bad that you guys don't like? Marty says, I think the millennials like what our kids are doing because we meme the shit out of their ideas. Maybe. I mean, I just genuinely like the slang of the Gen Alpha. Katie with $5 over on Venmo says, according to TikTok, 6'7" means hoe from the periodic table. So they're calling you a hoe. Rumble app won't let me send Rumble rants. What? They're not letting you send Rumble rants. Hey, you guys, send in Rumble rants to prove the system's working. I would really appreciate this. We are doing the experiment so we can just do a show. But I can tell you that we're 37 memberships away from 500. And I want to see that bad boy hit. 594 right now. YouTube, what the fuck are you doing? You guys like almost aren't worth, like it's almost worth leaving YouTube at this point. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. What are you doing? Those are abysmal numbers. Rumble, you guys are doing great. 599 is the number right now. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Like YouTube is approaching like we don't need you territory. Like we're hitting 600 basically without, oh, we just hit 600. There we go. We're basically hitting 600 without you. So you'd better hit like, hit share, and hit subscribe because right now, not fucking impressed by you. Thank you guys very much for the contributions. I appreciate it. Go bananas. We have it. We officially have Donald Trump's signature. The Epstein files have to be released within the next 30 days by the Justice Department. The House passed it. The Senate passed it. None of this makes sense to me. I don't understand a word of it. Donald Trump, I mean, how many different times is this administration going to lie about one thing, one subject? I mean, usually a politician tells you a lie and they stick to the lie. They don't lie and then lie about the lie and then lie about the lie they told about the lie. And it's starting to get confusing. So when the Trump administration first got in there, even before they got in there, they were saying, we're going to release those Epstein files. You're not going to believe what's in there. We're going to hold everybody accountable. We're going to get justice for all the victims. Okay, cool. That sounds great. We'll vote for you. Virginia Giuffre is killed by the deep state. We're going to release those Epstein files. Bongino gets in there. Kash Patel gets in there. Matt Gaetz gets in there. Oh, they stopped Matt Gaetz from getting in there. So they put Pam Bondi in there. And we're like, all right, here we go, man. This is the Drain the Swamp Dream Team. We're going to get those Epstein files. And then really throwing logs on the fire, Pam Bondi says, I've got them on my desk. I've got the files on my desk. You're not going to believe this shit. CSAM, all this other stuff, really gross, disgusting shit. It's on my desk. It's ready to come out. Then all of a sudden, it doesn't come out for a while. Then they do that embarrassing binder thing with all those people from the Blaze and like Zionist podcast media groups. They're like, oh, look at all the Epstein things we have. And it was a bunch of nothing. We're like, okay, this is getting weird. When's the Epstein stuff coming out? Then all of a sudden, Elon Musk tweets out, Trump's not going to release the Epstein files because he's in them. Oh boy. Trump's in the Epstein files. What is we gonna do? Then we all of a sudden hear from the Trump administration that there was no trafficking, there is no list, there are no clients, there are no girls, all that Epstein stuff. It's a hoax. You heard Trump use the word hoax multiple times. Then they interview Ghislaine Maxwell, Robert Maxwell, famous Mossad guy, his daughter. She's in prison for trafficking nobody to nobody. And she gets interviewed by the Trump administration. And after she goes on record saying Trump's totally innocent, he was never involved with Jeffrey Epstein, she gets moved into a really nice prison. She gets computer access. She gets to pet that dog. Can I pet that dog? If you say I wasn't a pedophile, then I get to pet that dog. Then you get to pet that dog. So now she gets to pet that dog. And so she says all these glowing things about how Donald Trump was not an Epstein guy. So now we're not going to release it. Well, then the Democrats go, well, fuck that. We want to get Donald Trump. So we're going to leak a bunch of them. We're going to leak these emails. And Trump is now called the dog that didn't bark and all these other things. Weird stuff, Ed. So now Donald Trump is suspect. Was he dealing with Epstein? Trump's approval rating starts to go down. Trump's getting clowned by the Democrats. So then this week he goes, fuck that. House of Representatives, Senate, you vote on it. You put your stamp on it. I'll sign it. We'll release all the Epstein files. This is what I hate and love about Donald Trump at the same time. On one hand, this guy has such a giant fucking ego that if you just stroke it a little bit, he'll do whatever you want. That said, if Trump feels that ego is being attacked and someone's getting the better of him, let's call it, he'll pull a Marty McFly. And I really feel like Donald Trump got Marty McFly'd into releasing the Epstein files. He doesn't like it when anybody calls him chicken or pedo. So he was like, I'm going to prove it. I'm going to release all these files. You want to put my name out there? We're going to put everybody's name out there. So while the Zionists were petting that dog, they would pet that dog. They were petting that dog. And they told their boy, good dog. And they said, don't release any of the Epstein stuff. And Trump's like, I'll be a good dog. And I won't release any of the Epstein stuff. But then he's rabid, and they insulted him. So he lost it. He goes, nobody, and I mean nobody, calls me chicken. So the House passed it. The Senate passed it. Trump has signed it. Pam Bondi has 30 days to release everything the Department of Justice has on the Epstein files. Now, does this mean that she's going to release everything they have on the Epstein files? I want to go on record right now and say, I don't think we're going to get everything. And I think people have said it better than I have in our chat. They've said it's going to be dipped in black ink. I hope not, because all those victims were up in the rotunda yesterday, and they were saying, release it all. Put my names in there. I don't give a shit. So I hope they don't hide behind the victims, but I have a feeling they will. I also do not trust this Justice Department under Pam Bondi one bit. And I don't trust her that whatever she releases will be everything they have. I don't think Kash Patel and Pam Bondi are even in charge. I think there's a shadow government that is giving them what they say are all the Epstein files, but are not all the Epstein files. So now we have 30 days. We start the clock. So now Pam Bondi has to do this weird thing where she can't release it all right now, or we'll know that she had it and she just chose not to release it. But you can't wait until there's, it's 29 days and 23 hours, because then we'll know that, she never wanted to do this and it might be suspect. So I'm thinking like sometime after Thanksgiving, but before the end of the month, we're going to get the Epstein, whatever they say the Epstein files are. And the reason I'm being so pessimistic today is because I watched Pam Bondi's press conference yesterday, and this is what she had to say when asked about it. You tell me if this sounds like someone who's ready to be open and transparent.
When you say follow the law, Madam Attorney General, do you mean that you will provide all the files by 30 days?
We will follow the law. The law passed both chambers last evening. It has not yet been signed, but
it has been signed now, but yeah, at the time it hadn't.
But we will continue to follow the law, again, while protecting victims, but also providing maximum transparency.
So those of you, did you hear that answer? Do you speak fluent bullshit? I hope you do. If you're an adult, you got to be able to speak fluent bullshit. That was a lot of bullshit. Because if you ask him, are you going to release everything you have on the Epstein files? Yes. Yes, I am. That's an easy answer. Are you going to release everything you've got on the Epstein files? We will comply with the law that was passed while protecting victims and providing maximum transparency. Well, maximum transparency is just releasing everything unredacted. So I don't think that's happening. And either Kash Patel has a constant shoulder shrugging problem or he's always nervous because he always looks like a kid who's dressed up for like take your kid to work day, and he doesn't look like he should be the FBI director. I mean, Kash Patel just looks like the boots he's in are too big. I don't have faith in any of these jokers that Trump's put in there. But Pam Bondi saying, "Oh, yeah, we'll comply with the law, but we'll protect victims too. And while we're protecting victims, we'll also provide maximum transparency." There's too many weasel words going on here. Way too many weasel words. Professor Tie-Dye with $1 says, speaking of bad medical decisions, did you see my DM on the organ donation horror story out of Wisconsin? Send that to me in the chat, please, rather than DMs, because I don't check those during the show. It throws me off track. So please, just for Professor Tie-Dye, put that in the chat. I would like to go through that story. $1 from Veldrain says, here, Aaron, this is proof that the Rumble rants don't work. You know, I'm not convinced that Rumble rants are working or not working. I think we need to gift a bunch of memberships because we haven't had any memberships yet today. So I don't know if the gifted memberships are working. And when we're 37 memberships away from 500, by God, we need to find out those are working. Stupid. Kraken Slapping with $2 says, Rumble has been stupid. My account randomly deactivated last week while listening to you, as it should. Started the one and was not able to send a Rumble rant on my computer. Well, hey, keep testing it, guys. Keep testing it. Drinking Beers with $5 says, Trump and everyone else are in the files. Just give Mikey the nuclear button and send it all to hell. Yeah, Mikey will do it. Mikey'll do it. And Drinking Beers with $5. Thank you, pal. He says those files will be the new age Mother Goose stories. Goose story? Like they'll be fake? Oh. Thank you very much for those contributions. Ooh, I like runs like that. YouTube, get in the game. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Let's go, YouTube. Rumble, you guys are doing great. Keep doing what you're doing. Pound that like button. But YouTube, hit like, hit share. You guys are dropping like a rock. I mean, Rumble's kicking ass and taking names, but you guys are, I mean, it's embarrassing. I'd say it's embarrassing for you guys. All right, this is the Wisconsin story. Oh, no, we have one more Epstein-related thing. It's Thomas Massie. This guy I love. If Thomas Massie wants to run for president, let's have Thomas Massie run for president. This is my guy. He was they were talking about, hey, why is it such a pain in the ass to get these files released? You know, this guy's a convicted sex offender. This guy's clearly no good. He's a piece of shit. He's also dead. So, Thomas Massie, why aren't they releasing these Epstein files? Now, if you're a grown-up and you've been following this, you know why they're not releasing the Epstein files. We know what other governments were up to. We know what our government was up to. We know what Jeffrey Epstein's job was. But they don't want to come out and say it. So here's Thomas Massie telling the truth right to the cameras. And unfortunately, this is the reason why Thomas Massie probably will never be president.
It's that simple.
Why do you think he is working so hard not to get them released for so many months? What do you think the real reason is?
These files implicate billionaires and friends of his and political donors that he's trying to protect. And Epstein also had close ties to our own intelligence agencies and Israel's intelligence agencies. That's why there's so much effort in trying to stop this. And I do believe they'll try to stop it somewhere else. And that's going to backfire on them too.
I mean, he's one of the few people telling the truth. What the fuck is that? You guys hear that? There's something that, hold on, you hear that? There's something playing somewhere. I don't, you know what it is? Nope, it's not that. There is an ad on that link that somebody sent me. There's an ad. There it is. It's gone now. I found it. There was an ad, whatever that Wisconsin story you sent me was. There was an ad playing on it, and it was creeping me the fuck out. Anyway, I hope that these files are the death knell for the American-Israeli relationship. We shouldn't let any country, like, this is one of those offenses where if an enemy of ours was doing it, we could launch cruise missiles at them. You installed a billionaire into our system to traffic women who were underage to our citizens, leaders, and billionaires so that you could gain blackmail on them like the mob did, and so that you could help control our government. We should be allowed to fucking bomb you for that. At the very least, sanctions. And you were doing this for decades. I mean, yeah, this should be something we should all be pissed about. And hiding it from us is only going to make us more mad once we find out about it. So Massie's absolutely right. And one of the good things about these Epstein files, if they say what we believe they're going to say, is that it's going to destroy the America-Israel relationship the way it stands once and for all. And it needs to happen because the Israeli government is doing truly evil shit. We are co-signing it, funding it, and endorsing it and being on the side of it. We're their manager, essentially, or they're theirs, depending on how you think the relationship works. And if we can get these files released and it shows Epstein was connected to Mossad and this was Israel doing this to us, you already have every voter under 50 years old saying Israel's cooked, fuck them, leave them on their own. You find out, we get people to believe that Epstein was doing this stuff, that's it. In terms of the voters, not necessarily the paid off politicians. But in terms of the voters, Epstein's done, or Israel's done, if that's the case. And these are dominoes that will fall. America stops supporting Israel, and America stops bribing other nations not to hate Israel. Israel's going to have to play ball with these Arab nations, or they'll come in and they'll finish them off. So Israel's going to have to act like a country, like a member of the world community, instead of acting on their own and doing whatever they want. This is great. And like, you hear me conflicted because on one hand, I have a shitload of hope that we're going to find out some stuff. And then on the other hand, I know that they're not going to release everything they have. But implicating donors, implicating billionaires, good. You guys were part of a child sex trafficking ring. I hope you're all exposed. But if, nothing ever happens, but I'm hoping something happens here. I am. $10 from Drinking Beers. He says, I'll hold up YouTube. Boy, that would be nice. It's not the money. It's not the money from YouTube. Rumble takes care of that. Rumble's fantastic. I'm talking, although they do say that when you use other sources for funding, YouTube takes you out of the algorithm. So that's something interesting. So, they're a vengeful God. $1 from, thank you, Drinking Beers. Tim Finman with $1 says Alphabet doesn't like Rumble or VPNs. Have had 2 account subs killed in early days and have to come to browser to rant, being a Proton VPN user with Google Play blocking payments through VPN. Really? Wow. Easy Money's wife gifting a membership. There's our first membership of the day. A-Team got it. Hey, A-Team, why don't you pass that one along and we'll get ourselves to 500 memberships by the end of the show. Thank you. Snowcat Tish says that will never happen. The U.S. will always kowtow to Israel. I hope so. Or, I mean, I hope not. I'm saying I thought a thought in my head and then I spoke to myself instead of to you. What a fucking psychopath. I hope you're wrong. And I hope it's the case that what's going to end up happening is that these files come out, the voters determine we're being fucked with by a foreign country, we don't like it too much, and we want something different. I pray that that's the case. Thank you very much for all of those contributions. You guys are going on little runs today, man, and I appreciate it so much. Thank you. Again, we're doing the experiment. Today is the tiebreaker. Today's to find out if the experiment works. 36 memberships from 500. That's my big deal. This was a clip from Mike Johnson. I wanted to play this for you. This is in contrast to Thomas Massie. He doesn't want these files coming out because of matters of, quote, national security. In other words, he doesn't want people finding out that Israel was fucking with your elected leaders.
All right. Number 5, national security concerns, okay? The discharge requires the Attorney General to release within 30 days, quote, classified information to the maximum extent possible.
That's the wiggle word that I hate, though. Maximum extent possible. We know what that means. They're going to get to use their judgment to determine what is maximum amount possible and what is, we had to protect the victims, and if we're protecting victims, we can't release this, that, or the other thing. So I'm feeling good about this, but I'm preparing myself to be disappointed.
This ignores the principle that declassification should always rest, and always has rested, with the agency that originated the intelligence. Why?
Fine, but they're corrupt. The Justice Department is corrupt. The House and the Senate the legislative branch is supposed to be there. This is what we call checks and balances. If the executive branch is taking too much power and being corrupt, it is the duty of the legislative branch to demand transparency from the executive. Right now, Mike Johnson, you are the legislative branch, and you are simping and bending over for the executive branch when it's supposed to be the opposite. You're supposed to be demanding transparency from the executive branch. That's the problem. These guys are all Democrats and Republicans, and they're not understanding what their fucking job is.
So that they can protect their critical sources and methods. It is incredibly dangerous to demand that officials or employees of the DOJ declassify materials that originated in other agencies and intelligence agencies.
Hey, it doesn't say we the intelligence agencies. It says we the people, and we're being fucked with, and we have a right to know by whom. My question is, why are you so fucking afraid of these people? I mean, and by the way, that's a rhetorical question. I know the answer. A-Team passing along his membership. Thank you very much. Ooh, do I see a gifted membership train coming down the track? Jive Turkey, you got a membership from A-Team, and now we're 35 memberships away from 500. Thank you very, very much. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, YouTube. You buttholes. And Rumble, you keep getting us closer to 500. I appreciate it. Atomic Ray says YouTube is projecting a loss in revenue in 2026. Midterm election ads no longer funded by USAID. Something weird is happening with YouTube because they are pulling weird shit with a lot of people. It is kind of interesting. Hostile Soldier says, now you know why they fought so hard to put Mike in there. Yeah, I mean, do you remember when they were trying to pick a Speaker of the House? And they were going through so many different people. Wasn't Matt Gaetz considered at one point? Like, no, we can't have that Gaetz in there. He's a firebrand. And they had to destroy him and bring up old allegations. And then they got Mike Johnson, who looks like the dictionary picture of a stuffed suit. Snowcat Tish says, didn't the origin of the Epstein files actually start in Florida, not the FBI? Local law enforcement got the ball rolling in 2006. Well, that's the criminal case. We're talking about, this isn't everything released In the criminal case, this is every piece of intel we have on Jeffrey Epstein. Everything, we have to declassify everything we have on Epstein and release it. That's a misnomer. And that's very important. And thank you for sending that in, Snowcat, because this is something everyone needs to understand. This is not releasing all of the Epstein criminal case files. This is releasing every piece of classified intel we have on Jeffrey Epstein, criminal or just intelligence gathering. Drinking beers with $5 says wipe the entire government clean, break all ties with fucking Israel, push celebrities out, rebuild. Oh shit, we're starting over from zero for drinking beer. Drinking beers, thank you for your generosity today, buddy. Holy shit. Thank all the rest of you for your generosity as well. Do we have a shot at 700 today? We do, if YouTube would pick it the fuck up. 618 right now. Rumble, great. YouTube, boo. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, you jerk. Mikey Two Milks. Or I'm sorry, Mikey Two Milks had a line there. But Jive Turkey gifting a membership. Uh-oh, guys. That sounds like a membership train to me. That sounds like a membership train. You know what? I might hit the music and run a hype train if we get to 30 in the next 5. No, let's not do that. The experiment is going so well, and we're having so much fun. We're 34 memberships away from 500. Jive Turkey just gifted a membership. Keep going. I appreciate it, guys. YouTube, we got to pump you up. You're embarrassingly low. Rumble, you guys are crushing. This is the organ donor story out of Wisconsin that Professor Tie-Dye sent in. So I have not had a chance to check this out, but he says this is good. He says, brain thrown out, Wisconsin. I need, for those of you who want to send stories to the show, do me a favor and try to make sure you send me video versions. It's just, it's better for the audience. They like it. It's better for, being interactive and shit. It's just easier to follow. Here we go.
Children's Wisconsin is now off the hook after mistakenly throwing out a donated brain. Today, a Milwaukee County...
Time out real quick. Couple of things. I'm not a doctor. I don't know a lot about the medical process, especially end-of-life medical process. One, we donate brains. Okay. All right, I guess that's understandable. Study the human brain makes sense. Junior Seau did it when he had CTE. Very sad story there. But we're just so if they don't think they're a donated brain, we're just trashing that. What do you put a brain in to throw it away? Do you put it in a Ziploc bag? Do you put it in I don't know how middle class suburban you are, but when I go grocery shopping and get plastic bags, I put them under my sink and I'll use them as small garbage liners in different rooms of the house and stuff. So do you take the brain and put it in like a used Walmart bag and then throw it away? How do you throw away a brain? We're all going to learn on the job here, I think.
Judge dismissing a lawsuit filed by the donor's parents.
This is a follow-up to an award-winning Fox 6 investigation. Our Brian Polson joining us live here in the studio with the family's reaction tonight with this news.
Yeah, Ted, Mary, when 24-year-old Ashton Fellins died last year, her parents gave consent for Children's Hospital to harvest her brain. They tell us what happened next turned their grief into a nightmare. And today, that night...
Is that kind of fucked up, by the way, to give away your dead kid's brain? Is this something I need to talk about with my kids? And hey, kids, when I die, could you not donate my brain? Could you just have them wherever they're going to put my kidneys, my liver, everything else, just don't. I think I'm going to stop being a donor. I think when I renew my license next, I'm going to uncheck the donor box because you hear too many fucked up stories about people who are sick and they're kind of circling the drain, they're teetering the edge, and they could maybe help them, but they're a donor, so they just kind of go, well, we'll look the other way. I don't know if that's actually a thing, but it's enough to make me nervous. Oh, by the way, Tim Bollinger with $1.99. We have to dispel this myth. He says, I have a membership, but it's useless. Not true. We're doing the members only show today, right after the morning show. Tim Bollinger. Your YouTube membership is not useless. Not at all. So become a member on YouTube. Help us get to 1,000 total. We appreciate it.
Nightmare only deepened.
Ashton, you're leaving the hospital today. Are you happy?
When Ashton Fellins was just 3 years old, she underwent groundbreaking gene therapy that helped her survive a deadly childhood disease into her 20s.
That seems like a success.
It is a success.
When she died, her parents agreed to donate her brain for scientific research.
It was a big part of her legacy.
Last December, Children's Wisconsin performed the autopsy, preserving Ashton's brain in hemispheres. But somewhere along the way, they accidentally threw half of her brain away.
It's not half a club sandwich. Gee, what are you doing accidentally throwing brains away? How? Hey, John, where'd that brain go I had sitting here? Oh, I thought it was nobody's. I just threw it out. Oh, John. Ay, Dios mío, he threw away a brain. Oh, God, if I had a nickel. Oh, that's, one of the job hazards around here, just brains getting tossed left and right. The fuck?
It was literally like losing Ashton all over again.
Dr. Paola Leone says it was the most important half for research.
It's irreplaceable. Irreplaceable.
Well, no shit, it's irreplaceable. I mean, you can't dig her up, kill her again, and get another brain. They look at the guy who threw it away. They go, unless... No, you can't cut out half my brain. Well, clearly you're not using it, you dipshit.
The family sued the hospital.
A major mistake was made by Children's Hospital.
On Monday, an attorney for Children's asked a judge to throw the case out, too.
It's our position that there is no viable claim.
According to the hospital, the family relinquished all rights to the tissue the moment it was removed from their daughter's body.
That's a good point. Once you donate it, doesn't it become the hospital's? So it's not like you being able to sue because you were harmed. This was more the hospital fucked up with its own property. Technically it was theirs. That's shitty. I mean, that's a terrible thing that happened, but you gave it to them. If I tell my buddy, here, this is a shitty ball from my golf bag, you go ahead and take it. He slices it into the woods. I can't be like, now go in there and get my golf ball back. All right, he gave it to you. I know this is a human brain and it's different, but I'm purposely oversimplifying it. Once they donated it to the hospital, it was the hospital's. It doesn't make the throwing away the brain less of a fuck up. It's still a fuck up, but they fucked up with their own thing. It's allowed. If I crash my own car, I got to deal with that. If I take my buddy's car and I crash his car, now I can't just tell him that he's on the hook for it. But if he donates it to me and it's my car...
A removal they agreed to.
Would you have given that consent if you knew they were just going to go throw it away?
Not at all. I would have taken more time with my daughter when she passed.
Attorney James Gay.
Wait. So they let her die sooner because they were donating her brain, but if she knew they were going to throw away her brain, she would have let her kid live. Okay, this story's getting all sorts of fucked. This is starting to get fucked up on everybody's side. The hospital for throwing a brain away. The parents for being like, yeah, as long as you donate her brain, we'll kill our kid early. It's strange. It's fucked up. You know what it is? Wisconsin.
Bondi says the hospital breached its duty to the family.
But the consent was specifically for a purpose, not for it to be routinely discarded.
Judge Tim Wikowiak expressed sympathy.
It's one of the saddest things I've seen.
Wait, I have a prediction. He expressed sympathy, but he ruled with the hospital because she donated the brain. It was theirs.
One of the saddest things I've seen.
But ultimately ruled that organ donors retain no rights to donated tissue.
Bingo. So they can piss on your kidneys if they want to. I mean, they shouldn't. It's bad policy, but...
It's an organ donor. It gives a heart or whatever may happen. They don't have control necessarily over who that goes to.
Right. It's not like you can donate your loved one's heart and then go, oh, I miss him, so you can reach into the guy who got its chest and take it back. It's not yours anymore.
He says
it's just the hospital fucked up. Some dipshit in the lab threw away a brain, which... Let's have a no throwing away brains policy.
Ruling could send a chilling message to other potential donors.
And if family members understand that their donation can be routinely discarded, Why would they forfeit those last moments with their loved ones?
Gut-wrenching.
Still, Ashton's parents say they plan to keep fighting for her legacy.
This is a rough road, but I'm not willing to give up yet.
Well, the felon's family attorney, James Gandy, says this is a unique case that made it difficult to find comparable cases for the purpose of legal argument. He says they are...
What the judge is trying to say is, I don't know too many retards working in the medical field who are throwing away human brains. Good job, guys.
Essentially trying to carve out a new cause of action in organ donation law. Early indications are the family does intend to take this case to the Wisconsin Court of Appeals.
I don't think they're going to win, unfortunately. I mean, well, that's the thing. A lot of people think because something that got done wrong to them or that because they got done dirty, that somehow they're owed money, that every time somebody fucks up, you should get money. And unfortunately, that's just not the case. Just because somebody fucked up doesn't mean you get paid. Sometimes it's just a fuck up, and it's very, 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 very sad. Holy shit, thank you to Wally World with 10 gifted memberships, as they say on the casino. Big support, and he gets our new $50 drop. Thank you, Wally World. And now where does that extra 50 put him? It puts him at 126 for this week. So Wally World now jumping ahead of Gray Duckling. And just $4 behind Miss Tay for second place. Gray Duckling goes into third at 102. And Red Fox Mad at 90. I think Red Fox Mad threw in 5 this morning, didn't he? I think he did. He now goes to Central Booking. And unfortunately, our famous fake donor, Steven, is going out of Central Booking with his $80. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, Wally World, for those 10 gifted memberships. And oh my God, there's Atomic Ray with 5 gifted memberships.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Oh my God, I need to do math now. 75, there we go. And then 15 membership. Oh shit, boys and girls. Hold on to your hats. We are 19 memberships away from 500. Thank you so much. And thank you, Wally World. And thank you, Atomic Ray. Oh, my. Lab Glass with $5 says, how to throw away a brain? Watch Steel Toe. Hey, wait a minute. That hurts my feelings a lot. Dead Game says, take donor off your fucking license. They'll brain dead your ass for a kidney. Will they really? See, I'm worried about that, but I'm worried I'm being a conspiracy theorist. But then again, like being a conspiracy theorist, like it's kind of like being right before everyone else nowadays. Ronald Everroad, I wasn't going to say it, but yes, that girl clearly had some kind of disease. And that's why they wanted her to, that's why they wanted to donate her brain, because they wanted to study how to better help other people down the road. Kraken Slapping says, I had a friend of mine, had a family member donate her body for research. They thought it was for medical, but they used her for an explosion experiment. Okay, this is going to sound insensitive, but remember, I didn't know your friend. That's fucking awesome. That's like if I go into the DMV and I go, I'm removing organ donor from my license. I don't want them to take my kidneys and kill me to take my kidneys. And like, oh no, sir. When you donate, it also means we could use you in a nuclear test blast. Oh, fucking sign me up then. Yeah, let me check. Can I check it twice? That would be fine. Now, you in the YouTube chat, don't hit the like button twice. Just hit the like button once. Joey Caravello with $2 says, you put a dreidel up my stepson's ass, you bastard.
You little bastard, you attacked my stepson?
Oh, by the way, we did get that new drop from that CNN reporter. Thank you, Victor.
That sounds like you're saying Jews.
Oh, boy. Dr. Doom says, bullshit, they want to pay out. Well, yeah, they do. They do want to pay out. Mikey Two Milk says, all right, I'm done fighting this app with it closing every few minutes. I'll try again next week. Write them a letter, Aaron. Tell them it's cheeks. Our Rumble numbers are sick today. YouTube's going up, but you YouTube guys, you got to work on it. You got to hit like. You got to hit share. Oh, this is a bad omen. Rumble Studios says we are at 666 at the moment. Oh, good. It went up to 672. Oh, that's because YouTube's going up. YouTube, keep going. Like, subscribe, follow. We're on our way to 700. We're 28 people away from being at 700. YouTube, you got to hit that like and follow and subscribe and share and shit. They're trying to fuck us. Don't let them do it. Veldrain with $1 says, I was a janitor there. I wasn't supposed to throw that away. Oh, my bad. Oh, you son of a... Grand Poobah with $2 says, so Children's Hospital, what did you learn about our daughter's brain? We learned if you spike it into the trash like a football, it splatters and you can't do it again. It's a one-shot thing. Who knew? There's something about the medical people telling the parents it's a one-shot deal. What'd you find out about our daughter's brain? We found out if you spike it into the trash, it's really kind of a one-shot deal. Our bad. We didn't know. We were going to look into our disease later, but, we got a little... we get a lot of energy after lunch around here, and, we play a little football. You should see how far Frank can throw a liver at this point. It's ridiculous. Dan Vicious with $2 says RFK Jr. exposed the donation fraud. That's what I remember. Tim the Toolman Taylor with $2 says, I heard one of the doctors was distracted by a hunting story from their assistant. Oh, no. Oh, no. Is this my payback for my shitty jokes? The doctor apparently said, well, he was 8 foot tall, weighed 12,000 pounds. With every step, there was a shaking on the ground. Guys, hunting is over. We don't need to keep doing the 30-point buck song. Thank you very much. Yeah, I mean, if you guys could help stop the proliferation of the 30-point buck thing, that would be really good. And I mean, really good. YouTube, get moving. I do want to say thank you to one guy. Congressman Ro Khanna, a Democrat. I think, we're looking at Pam Bondi. We're looking at Donald Trump. We're looking at Thomas Massie. We're looking at MTG. We're looking at all these people. And one guy we don't give enough credit to is a Democrat who kind of fought this battle, and it's Congressman Ro Khanna. And I'm sure that if we dug deep enough into Ro Khanna, we'd find a million things that we disagree with Ro about. He's a piece of shit, whatever. No, I'm going to use this that somebody just sent me. Hold on a second. Oh, no. I'm sorry. I'm a professional. I don't get distracted by much, but somebody just sent me a clip, and it's very funny. This is Ro Khanna talking about the Epstein bill going to Trump's desk. This guy doesn't get enough credit from Republicans, probably because he's a progressive dick, but he did the right thing on this one.
He was opposed to this when every single other member of the House voted for it.
No, Thomas tells me that he thought it was hypocritical for Speaker Johnson to be saying it's a bad bill, and then suddenly telling everyone to vote for it. But the important things here is... I think that, and that weirded me out too, when Speaker Johnson was like, this is bad, it's confidential, it's classified, we shouldn't do it, and then he votes for it. And everybody else except Clay Higgins votes for it. That's you guys understand, that's what makes me think that this whole thing is set up, and that Pam Bondi ain't releasing shit. Like she'll release stuff, but it's not going to be anything of any particular importance. It's not going to be anything that changes the narrative or changes the world or anything like that. It's going to be, they're going to fuck with it, I think. The survivors, I mean, they had to come to the Capitol twice, once on September 3rd when the story was dying, when the Speaker had shut down Congress, and they really caught the nation's attention. That gave us momentum. Look, we had to overcome the president. We had to overcome the cabinet. We had to overcome the speaker. We had to overcome the Congress being shut down. We had to overcome them not swearing in the 218th member of Congress.
It almost, when he puts it like that, it does almost seem like they've been fucking around and buying time so they could figure out how to wiggle out of the Epstein shit. Interesting. Stop destroying my hope. I want to have hope for a couple of days. I want them to release the Epstein files. It'll all be redacted. I'll feel like shit, but let me have some hope with my audience for a couple of days.
And the only reason it happened is that the survivors came twice, and then they came.
Lucky devils.
Came again today, and the powerful stories that they told. And the president ultimately saw that he was going to lose 50, 60, 70, even more votes. And he.
Is it just me, or is Ro Khanna like Asian Christopher Walken the way he talks? He was going to lose 60 votes.
Said, look, I don't want to do that. I'm going to sign it. He should have the survivors there when he signs it. That's the one thing I really think is important, because
I don't want to get shanked in the back. They're going to be pissed at him, boy.
As the United States should acknowledge what happened to these women and how they were raped, how they were abused. This is not a hoax. That would be such a powerful statement. And
it would be, but you understand they're currently simultaneously hiding behind the victims. They're saying, oh, we can't declassify everything because, well, what about the victims? Meanwhile, the victims are all saying, release this shit. Let this shit out there. Norm McDonald with 279 says, honest question, where do you get your ideas from? I know you're being shitty, but right up here in this giant, beautiful, gifted melon that I've been given by God, Norm, just brilliance. Gray Duckling with $2 says, hunting is not over. I start on the 29th. Fuck. You know how I told the YouTube chat that they need to get more involved and they need to hit like and share and all that stuff more? Kind of starting to regret it. Red Fox Mad with $5 over on YouTube says, Aaron, look up. You need to resend, not the super chat, but that link needs to get resent. That link is busted, homeboy. Oh, $2 from Deturdy Pointer on YouTube. This is what I get for telling YouTube to contribute to the show. Deturdy Pointer with $2 says, did you see me? What he's asking is, did I see Deturdy Pointer? Thanks. Smiles a lot for you with $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Hey, Soaring Sparrow Rising says, this is my first time here. Well, thanks for joining the show. Hit like and hit share, hit follow on the channel as well. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for being here. We got a lot to talk about today. Hey, while we've got a new audience member here, let me open up these 7 o'clock hour stories real quick and let me get these reads done. And then we can entertain our new friend. You guys in the chat, while I'm doing reads, go ahead and tell Sparrow Rising exactly what they can expect from this program. It's a mistake for me to ask them to do that. Sparrow, you're going to get an idea of how these people operate. You know how you usually watch shows where everyone's like in lockstep with the host and they're like, oh, yeah, we love you. We're all so supportive and we care for each other. This is more like that hostile family Thanksgiving where the host says, hey, guys, you mind doing a nice thing for me? And the audience all looks at each other and goes, should we fuck with him and do the opposite? And they go, yeah, let's fuck with him and do the opposite. So enjoy the show. You'll enjoy yourself. You'll have a good time. You'll fit in perfectly here. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Of course, our friends at All Care, they'll pick you up quicker than anybody else. You go in the ditch. I mean, look, man, it's Minnesota. You slip. You go in the ditch, you got problems. God knows we've all got them. Nobody's going to pick you up quicker no matter what you drive, from motorcycles to heavy-duty equipment and everything in between. Nobody better than All Care Towing. So put the number in your phone at 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. And then, of course, Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. That's Midland Armory, whether it's for hunting, the 30 point, home defense, personal defense, carry, knives, optics, parts, and gear, and the suppressor process from start to finish handled in-house. Talk to Derek and Tracy today. No matter what your experience level, they have the answers to your questions that will help you make the right decision. They'll hold your hand as little or as much as you need at Midland Armory, and check them out at these Central Minnesota gun shows. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, midlandarmory.com. Again, that's midlandarmory.com. Spina with $5 says, you remind me of the narrator from Sheep in the Big City. This super chat better not get me on some list, bub. Thank you, pal. Los Federales with $1 says, I wish Bobcat Goldthwait was the Speaker of the House. Veldrain with $1 says, when they mean the victims could be hurt, they mean the billionaires and millionaires who did nothing wrong. Oh, yes, of course. Of course. The real victims. Let's not forget the real victims in this Epstein thing. Abel Graham, thank you very much for gifting a membership on Rumble. Hot shit, you guys. 18 memberships away from 500. You are on your way. Thank you very much. Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Of course, Stoney's, no MSO. There's no White Power Wednesday. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stoney's in downtown Rockville. It's Thursday, so it's 250 cans night. They've also got great specials for the Vikings game. Awesome place to watch the Wolves, the Gophers, or anything else. Live music on the weekends. And, of course, those Ultimate Bloody Marys are fantastic. So go to Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota today. That's Stoney's. Can't wait to see you there. All right, Mr. Sista with $1. Says, Kitty Girl. That's not my name. My name is not Kitty Girl. Are you going to donate your booty to science? Something that tight after taking a bowling league of loads is supernatural. Why a bowling league? Why a bowling league? I mean, I'm not offended by the anal rape reference anymore. I mean, I'm just kind of used to it. I just need to know, out of all the leagues you could have picked, why bowling? Why bowling? All right, 661 is the number. Keep hitting like, keep hitting subscribe, keep hitting follow. YouTube, ew, pewy, spewy, you stink. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit share. Here we go. Did you know that neo-Nazis hand out Halloween candy? This is a thing. And apparently, I don't even know how you do this. Like, this separates those of us critical of Israel from actual anti-Semites. There was this neo-Nazi leader in New York. Well, he's Eastern European. He was trying to get people in New York to hand out poisoned candy to Jewish kids. Now, let's forget for a second how incredibly fucked up this is. And I denounce the Tate brothers. No. Dan Bilzerian should not have done this. It was wrong. But how are you going to pick out which kids are the Jewish kids? First of all, it's Halloween. They're all going to be dressed up. What if somebody's dressed up as a Jewish kid? Savor the irony. You poison the kid, you fucking asshole. You're supposed to be protecting those kids. But no, really, like you have poison candy. So many things could go wrong. The margin of error is so small. What if that kid's not actually Jewish? What if you accidentally grabbed one of the poisoned candies and you gave it to one of the Goy kids? It's just really, not only is it evil. I love on this show, it's not enough that something's racist and bad. We also have to find like a secondary reason as to why it's shitty. The leader of an Eastern European neo-Nazi gang has pleaded guilty in New York to trying to recruit others to commit violent acts against Jews and racial minorities, including, oh my God, including one plot that would have involved dressing as Santa Claus to hand out poisoned candy to children. What the Federal prosecutors said they would seek a sentence of up to 18 years for Mikhail Shikishvili, a 22-year-old from the Republic of Georgia who goes by the nickname Commander Butcher. Oh, has he met barbecue? A butcher, barbecue? Seems like they'd go hand in hand. He pleaded guilty Monday before a federal judge in Brooklyn to soliciting hate crimes and distributing information about making bombs and ricin. like to get this guy on a therapist couch. Imagine the shit that's going to come out of this dude. Prosecutors described Shikashvili as the leader of the Maniac Murder Cult. Oh, talk about branding, the MMC, an international extremist group that adheres to an ideology that promotes violence intended to trigger a racial and religious war. Yeah, I just don't want Netanyahu bombing Gaza. We are not the same. I'm going to go ahead. Like, if you want to test my anti-Semitism, you can go to, hey, Aaron, do you think Israel should be given $3 billion by the United States? Well, no, I don't. All right, there's your anti-Semitism score. I also don't think the United States should be backing Israel in these wars. I think we should be neutral. All right, there's your anti-Semitism score. I also don't think we should be allowing Mossad to interfere with our elections and blackmail our leaders. All right, there's your anti-Semitism score. Good. I also think AIPAC should have to register at, AIPAC. AIPAC. I think that AIPAC should have to register as a foreign agent. All right, there's your anti-Semitism score. All right, let me ask you, Mr. Imholt, because you're scoring very high on the anti-Semitism chart. How do you feel about dressing up as Santa Claus and poisoning Jewish kids? What the fuck is wrong with you? I'm going to take that as a maybe, Mr. Imholt. No, I don't think any Jewish kids should be poisoned ever. Not once. I don't think you should fuck with their parents either. I would just like Jewish and Christian Zionism to stop influencing my media and my country and let us live free. So that's a no on poisoning Jewish children around Christmas. Yes, the poor bastards already don't get presents. They get to spin a shitty piece of wood. We've already got it all over them in December. We don't need to be poisoning them, especially not as Santa. That's going to fuck up a lot of people. Gray Duckling with $2 says, my Judar is only accurate 94% of the time. Well, if you use Google, that number goes up. By the way, Spunker says, you are an anti-Semite. Why not embrace it? Your memberships would probably double. Because I'm not an anti-Semite. I don't care about Jews. I don't give a shit about Judaism. Judaism to me is like trans shit. Stop fucking with everything we're doing, and I just want to forget about you. I don't care what you do, but you keep fucking around. I put trans and Jew in the same category. And if you're a trans Jew, I mean, my goodness, could you just leave everybody alone and be decent? But when it comes to like the trans stuff and the Jewish stuff, it's like, do you think that you guys could just live amongst us and be nice and treat everybody fairly? Ooh, no. How are we going to avoid another Holocaust? By not interfering in shit and bothering people. I don't understand what you're saying. Oh, God damn it. They're saying I've upset Sam Show. Sam Show says, you're a pussy. Joey Caravello says, Aaron is a libtard. So now I'm a libtard and a pussy because I think it's wrong to poison Jewish kids. Oh, my God, I can't win. Now, Dub says Aaron's a bad liar. Apparently now I'm a bad... Sam Show in all caps says, why don't you fuck yourself, you pussy? It would upset me greatly if I found out people were poisoning Jewish children. I mean, honestly, it would disappoint me greatly if anybody poisoned any children. I mean, why are we doing that? Why are you turning on me? Joey Caravello says, exactly, Aaron's gone woke. I have not gone woke. I didn't think it was going to be a controversial take on today's show for me to say that poisoning Jewish children is too far. I would literally like the Israelis to go back to the 1967 borders. Is that? It would be funny to have Sam Show and I are just sitting there having a salad at lunch. That's the most ridiculous part of this, that I would have a salad for lunch. But Sam Show and I are just sitting there, we're having a drink, and we're just sitting there at the bar, and he's like, yeah, fucking Zionists, am I right? And I'm like, yeah, I know, it's really frustrating. He's like, yeah, I really wish they'd go back to those 1967 borders and we'd stop giving them money. Cheers to that, Sam Show. I agree with you. Yeah, I think I'm going to get some candy bars and poison them and give them to Jewish kids. What the fuck, dude? No. Why are you doing that? Oh, you don't. Oh, so now you're some kind of fucking Jew boy lover? No, I just don't poison kids. I thought you were real, Imholt. I thought you were real. I guess I'm not real now? I don't understand. I'm being I never thought I'd be attacked for not wanting to poison kids. $2 from Raz of Chaz says, if you're a trans Jew, does that mean you're getting a nose job to make it larger? That's not very nice. Don't applaud that. Disgusting. Disgusting, I say. The whole thing disgusting. The amount of hatred in this chat today is just, it's upsetting me greatly. It's upsetting me greatly. Oh, God, Mikey. Oh, no, Mikey's not going to be mad. I thought Mikey was going to be mad. I thought I wasn't updating YouTube on the experiment. YouTube, hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. You are anemic. Thank God Rumble has picked up the slack for you. Rumble, you guys keep hitting thumbs up. We're in the fucking algo today. Keep it going. Keep it pumping up. I appreciate you. You guys want to see a fun little DUI? I got a Florida guy getting busted for a DUI. You think this one's going to be a winner? Oh, doggy. Now, some people get arrested for DUI because they drive around with a blinker on, or maybe they have a tail light out, or something happens, or they're speeding, and the cop pulls them over, and they didn't pull them over for drunk driving, but they get a whiff of the guy, and they're like, oh, we're going to have you take a field sobriety test and do a breathalyzer. Now, sometimes the drunk driver makes it easy on the police because it's a dead giveaway from Jump Street. Like, say, I don't know, you're driving down the wrong way of a highway. Pretty good indication. Let's go ahead and check this one out. This is from Lady Lake, Florida. Thank you guys for your support. This is, here's your body cam.
Lady Lake, 351 Lake. I am at County Road 25, 27, 441.
Ooh, it's a lady cop.
Wrong direction, southbound on 441, approaching Water Oak Boulevard.
You see that? You see that car right there? I don't know how long you guys have been driving, but that's the other side of the road. That's the other bound lane of traffic. That man is traveling in the same direction as she is. She'd better get this guy off the fucking road before he kills somebody.
Whoever is behind me, I'm going to try and get ahead of it.
Oh boy, this is ballsy. Did she not? Oh, this is a different car. I was going to say, did he get around her? This guy's confused as fuck, right? They're yelling at her. Hey, whoa. He's like, what the fuck are you guys doing? I'm trying to drive here. He has no idea he's going the wrong way. God, I love Florida. If my kids would agree to move there, or I didn't have kids, or I was an empty nester, I might just move. God, it's such a fun, fucking weirdo state. Clearwater Beach is lovely, too. Hey, asshole. That's the first word. Here it comes.
Yo, put your car apart. Turn the car off.
See, this guy's confused. He's like, what? What did I do? Why are you guys fucking cutting me off? I'm trying to get home.
Give me the keys.
Open the door. Get on the floor. Everybody walk the dinosaur.
Now.
Please. Let's not forget our manners, officer. Oh, boy. Oh, he's tanked.
Put your hands on your head. Put your hands on your head. You got any guns on you? No. You got any knives on you?
No, I have poker knife.
Just a sharp wit.
But I already know. I'm already past that point.
I knew I was going to like this guy. I know. I'm already past that point. I need this again.
Got any knives on you?
No, I have pocket knife. But I already know.
At
I'm already past that point.
Okay. So if he lets go of you, you're going to fall over.
Yes.
You gotta love an honest drunk, you know? He's not gonna give you any shit. He's certainly not gonna run away. He's a fair play kind of a dude. All right, look, you got me. Okay? 'Cause if he lets go of you, are you gonna fall over? Yes, it's really important you don't drop me. He's like a giant baby.
If he lets go of you, you're going to fall over. Because then I'm not even going to try.
This guy's laughing his ass off.
Yeah, I'm
just
telling
you. All right. You just follow the tip of my finger with your eyes and your eyes only. Don't move your head.
How's this gonna go?
Follow one finger. There you go.
Oh, he's starting. He's.
Follow one finger.
Why are we even bothering with this? He's being held up by a guy who's got the gloves that barbecue smoker guys wear. Nice watch, bro. I like his watch. It's giant, it's gaudy, it's too loud. I fucking hate it, but I like it.
All the way to your right.
I see the finger.
Okay. You gotta track my finger.
Fuck. You see the finger, you fucking retard. Move on to the next one. Now, sir, stand on one leg. Fuck that.
That's where I've always had a problem. With my ESG, it's hard to actually follow.
What is your EFD?
Hyperactive. Hyper deficit.
I don't want. I'm so sad because I see the timer is at 251 out of 307, and I need more of this body cam footage. I can't. This can't be the end. I could watch this for the rest. This could be the rest of the show.
Hyper deficit.
One of those. All right. We do believe you're impaired. I'm going to be taking you into custody for DUI. You understand?
Allegedly.
Give me a breath sample.
I already know I'm going to fucking fail.
There's got to be a link to the full body camera footage. Please. Please give me the rest of this. By the way, the mugshot looking rough. Not as cute as my mugshots. God, I'm a fucking sex symbol with my mugshots. I got to find this guy's name. Wildwood Man, police reports. No. This ain't going to work for me, brother. I need to know who this fucking guy is. Christopher Johnson, Lady Lake. We're getting this whole thing. We are getting this whole body cam footage. There's no fucking way we're not seeing all of this. Oh, damn it. Drunk driver almost crashes into oncoming Relax. He did not almost crash into oncoming traffic. Calm your fucking tits. Don't lie about our guy like that. Come on. I'm going to click on 2 or 3 more links until I can get the whole body camera footage. God, please let this be the whole thing. No, it's the 307 we just watched. Fuck. Johnson admitted he had been drinking earlier, and officers later discover surprise, he had prior DUI convictions and was driving on a suspended license. He was arrested on charges of DUI and driving with a suspended license and was released on $15,000 bond. His vehicle was towed from the scene. Oh, what? You mean he didn't get to drive it back? You're kidding. Oh, man, that fucking... I wish you know what? All I want for Christmas, honest to God, I just want that entire, what do you call it? I want that entire body cam footage. That's all I want. Coltrane with $1 says, to hand out candy to only Jewish kids, maybe we need to give them tattooed serial numbers. Let's not do that. Let's do something different. Let's not tattoo the Jewish kids. Can I convince you guys of that? Veldrain with $5 says, I don't think the kid in this is Jewish, but oh boy. I don't like where you guys are going with this. Thank you for the $5. Drinking beers with another 5 says, just for shits, we have 2.1 million serving in our military, 1.3 million active, 17.6 million veterans, 393 million civilian guns, total population of 342 million. Is Israel really the threat? Well, they fight clandestine. That's always tricky. Raz of Chaz says, oh no, Granny, not again. Oh, I didn't realize that was Granny. My bad. Joey Caravello with $2 says he said to the guy, turn around like this and take these off like that. No, that's not what he said. That's not what he said. Thank you guys for your generosity today. The experiment going very well. We're 2-2-1, 2 wins, 2 losses. Meaning it had to get desperate. We are on a perfect week this week, but we're 2-2-1. Last night was a draw. Let's have the experiment work. And then, honestly, I say the experiment is a success. It's going well today. Thank you very much. 18 memberships away from 500. And 7 memberships on YouTube away from 400. So we're getting close again to 1,000. Keep it up. And YouTube, hit like, hit share. You guys are embarrassing. This is called No Witnesses. This is from somebody sent this one in. No context on this one. Other than the Santa trying to poison Jewish kids.
Santa. No witnesses?
Oh my God. Oh, my God. Santa just shot a young girl because she saw him. Oh, my. Santa is all of a sudden Anton Chigurh. Santa, is that really you? Did you see me? This is, by the way, let's put that picture up once again. Yeah, that is not Granny. How dare you? In fact, I don't know if Granny has a car. And I'm glad I don't know whether or not Granny has a car. 655 of you checking out the Steel Toe Show right now. Hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe no matter where you are. Rumble, proud of you. YouTube, you're fucking embarrassing. Your cheeks, guys. You got to beat that algorithm jail they've put us in. Come on. Move it. Show's growing everywhere. Show is growing everywhere, and you guys are bringing up the rear. All right, we got a Hassan Piker clip. Now, I don't look to Hassan Piker for actual political commentary. He doesn't have any. Hassan Piker is just a really, 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 really rich kid who had a hobby of streaming, and it took off because he had his uncle from the Young Turks. He got a lot of play off of that. And so basically every angry at their mom and dad, upper middle class socialist clings on to Hassan Piker because the internet is all about people telling you, hey, you're okay, and then living in that bubble. This is Hassan, the clip we have today, on his, this is, again, we talk about this a lot with Hassan. He has absolutely, no sense of humor. I don't know how you can have a show and not have some kind of sense of humor and not be able to take criticism. Like, you read our chat every day. It's just all of us being mean to each other and silly. I see that Melton bans the word fat in his chat because he's so sensitive about his body weight. And he bans people from his chat because they dare to go against him. There's this woman who has really good legal analysis, and he's so scared of what she has to say, even though she hates Steel Toe. He's so scared of what she has to say in her legal analysis that he's just banned her from his community because he can't take it. He can't handle it. It's really embarrassing. Make sure this gets through that community so they know. I mean, they're right now ostracizing people from their community because they're daring to message me and go, hey, Aaron, I guess you got to win. I guess the war's over. You won. You're not such a bad guy. You told the truth. And they're getting attacked and ostracized. One guy, one real chicken shit guy, sent me messages. I thanked him publicly for sending the messages. And then he got so criticized in that community because he found out I sent a message that he went schizo post on me and started like angry DMing me. And I would respond with, dude, I think you're in the bubble. You're being a little bubble right now. I think you're trying to score points with your community. Fuck you. You're going to go to jail, you piece of shit. And it's like, oh, I see. I think to these people, I know it's sad and pathetic to you and I, but like to a lot of these people, these are the only quote unquote friends or community they have. So if it comes to recognizing reality or going back in the bubble so they don't feel alone, unfortunately, they go back in the bubble so they don't feel alone. But don't worry, the rest of you who send me those messages, I saw how bad it fucked, and that was Dean, by the way. I saw how bad it fucked up Dean, that I won't out you. But there are a lot of those people, they find out that I'm messaging you, that you're not the worst guy in the world. They go mental and they go after you. So that's a bit psychotic. But as far as Hassan Piker goes, not only does he have no sense of humor about himself and have no ability to take criticism like a Dabbleverse guy, he should be in the Dabbleverse actually. But he goes into his chat and seeks out amongst all the people who are writing really nice things about him and being really kind and like, I love that you're in, because he's in China right now showing you that communism's fucking rad, bro. Meanwhile, he had his phone confiscated and he got questioned in Tiananmen Square, but that's totally rad because American cops are way worse. Well, people in his chat tell him what a good socialist he is and how he's good for the cause and everything else. He'll go and find, and he's got tens of thousands of people watching him at a time. His chat moves way too fast for you to notice. He will pick out a negative, isolate it, bring it up, and then get mad at that person. It's like, asshole, number one, if you can't take criticism, stay out of your chat. Number two, if all you're going to do is pick out the negatives, don't bring them up and read them and let people know it gets to you, because then now that's all they're going to do. So this is Hassan Piker. You guys aren't going to believe this. You want to talk about vanity. This is Hassan Piker saying that, telling someone he's pissed off because they told him he doesn't work out as much as he says. Who gives a fuck what some gay commie on the internet thinks about how much you deadlift, bro? This is Hassan Piker, who, by the way, I have still never seen with a smile on his face, except when he's electrocuting animals.
You got to get some workouts in, man. You eat more than Austin peas. Dude, I'm literally, all right, first of all,
why? Okay, let's start with the thing that triggered him. You need to work out, bro. You eat more than Austin peas. First of all, I don't know who that is, and if you do know who that is, gay. Second of all, that's such a nothing comment. It doesn't even deserve your attention. Like, I have to give Mersh more credit than I give Hassan Piker. At least when he was cucking to Baked Alaska and running away like a bitch from Baked Alaska. At least when Baked called him fat, he patted his belly and went, I'm a little overweight. I mean, he had a sense of humor about it, right? Hassan Piker, you're like, you eat too much and you need to go to the gym. And he's about to crash out over it.
Dude, never do this, okay? Never do this. Just never do that, okay? Fucking die if you're going to do that.
Jesus. Dude, all the guy said was you should go to the gym and you're looking a little puffy. And now he should die? Hey, Hassan, I think you should go to the gym. Why don't you fucking die? Well, I mean, I'm sorry. Now, wait a minute. Twitch terms of service. Are you allowed to tell someone to die? I feel like that's against the rules on Twitch. You know what? Don't worry. I'm sure Dan Clancy will take action. He'll suspend Hassan Piker for 3 days while he's not streaming.
Okay? That's number one. Ridiculous.
Why are you wearing two jackets? I don't like it. I don't like a lot of things. A lot of things he does, I'm just against from a humanistic standpoint. You just don't. He might be an AI. He's a weird dude. Hey, Hassan, you eat a lot. You should go work out more. Yeah, well, your life should stop. Whoa.
What a fucking way to start the day, boys. What a day to start. What a way to
You are a fucking multimillionaire in China. You're the son of a guy who's worth $5 billion. That shit should not shake you up. I am worth $13.72, and I would laugh at that. Jesus, dude, get a grip. You know how they say that money can't buy happiness? I think Hassan Piker should be the mascot for Money Can't Buy Happiness, because this guy has more money than Croesus, and he reads one bad chat and all of a sudden everybody should die, and it's the worst start to his day ever. God damn.
Start the fucking day. Who the fuck do you think you are, bitch? Suck my fucking cock.
Sounds like a fat guy to me. I don't know, Hassan. Are you sure you're not getting a little mad because you're feeling a little chubby? You grabbing at your haunches and feeling a little extra skin, me boy? Hey, Hassan, what's the real problem here? Did you squat 10 pounds less than you did the day before? You know what'll take your mind off this? Fighting Sam Hyde.
Okay, Parrish. Don't do that.
Drink your chai tea, you queer. Don't do it. Don't tell me that I should go to the gym. By the way, I have to tell you guys, as a guy who's been in radio and a guy who's now in streaming, let me tell you a surefire way to get people to stop doing things. Tell them on the internet to never do it and show that it bothers you. That's a really good way. Yeah. Oh, that's how you should be doing that. Papa Shop says, isn't that breaking TOS? Yeah, no shit. It's breaking TOS. You can't just tell people on, like, Twitch is the most woke of all the streaming services. You can't tell people to die. By the way, Hassan, let me show you something. Hey, guys, I really don't like it when you guys say my face looks puffy and I'm overweight. So don't do that. All right? That is a shitty way to start the day. Don't do that. Now, Hassan, watch my chat. I mean, it moves at a snail's pace compared to yours, but now watch what my chat does. Drinking Beers with $5 says, this is for Hassan Piker's father. Thank you very much, pal. I appreciate that $5. Let's go ahead and see what the audience. So now I've told the audience that it's a shitty way to start the day to say I have a puffy face and I look chubby. So they shouldn't say that to me. Let's see how it works. Rexstart parody account says, just your face. Artie Lang's bulbous nose says, Aaron, you're using the word electrocution incorrectly. See? Hobo says, don't tell me how to call you fat. Papa Shab says, your dewlap looks lovely today. Now, technically, he's trying to be complimentary. Das Optic Nerve says, your chins look like a stack of pillows. See, Hassan, it's not working. Halada Vagina says, Aaron, you look extremely bloated this morning. I don't understand it, Hassan. I told them not to do this to me. Why are they doing it? Historically White says, I'm not saying anything because he's asking for it. That's not true. I asked you not to do it. Thank you very much. Fauci's Pangolin says, Aaron, you are probably in the best shape of anyone in the world. You are beautiful. Oh, yeah?
I'm very obviously gay. I look at him and I'm like, well, you're gay.
Aussie Mark says, I only criticize your man boobs, Aaron. I'd never criticize your double chin. I'm going to cry. That's very sweet. Kraken Slapping says, I know 5 fat people. Aaron is 4 of them. See, Hassan, for some reason it just does. I don't get it, Hassan. Why is it that when we tell people something bothers us and not to do it, that they keep doing it? Grand Poobah says, Aaron, it's less that your face looks puffy and more that the room looks way too tight for your head. Ryobi Powered Vibe with $1 says, hey, fatty face. Well, I hope you die.
Yeah, well, I hope you die.
Dr. Doom says, Aaron, you're looking like a bag of boiled shite. So there's our experiment. Thank you guys for that. I appreciate it. You see, Hassan, sometimes asking the internet to stop doing something. See, now look at the memes people are making now. Look at this. Now look at what people are doing. That's Hassan Piker standing next to an Asian lady, and they're calling him Hassan the Hungry. And it's just, which I don't endorse at all. I mean, that's so very incredibly mean-spirited. And it says, here's one, Hassan by the end of his China tour. Well, he's seizing the means of production and eating them. So now it's just a bunch of people and now, oh, look at this. This is another Hassan. Look, that's not. Guys, I don't think you're understanding. He said don't call him fat. You guys totally misheard that because now you're making AI photos of Hassan being a big fat guy, and that's just really... Now this isn't real either. He's not wearing one of those rice patty hats with 2 Chinese flags. Stop it. That was not taken in China. That was taken at his birthday party at a bowling alley. He's a big boy. Veldrain with $1 says, Aaron, you aren't fat, but that dewlap is looking sharp. I wish you guys would have never been introduced to the phrase dewlap. It's caused a lot of pain. A lot of pain. Caliente says his head could be a Macy's balloon. 18 memberships away from 500 on Rumble, and we are only 7 memberships away from 400 on YouTube. 670 people checking out the toe. YouTube is coming up. YouTube, keep hitting like, keep hitting share, keep hitting follow. Rumble, you've come down a little bit. Let's come up. Hit like, hit share, hit follow. By the way, a few new listeners today. I appreciate that. Hit subscribe. 669 is the number. We have hit 700 twice this week. Let's hit it 3 times. Like, share, follow, and 18 memberships on Rumble away from 500. It's getting exciting in here. Remember, if we hit 500, I have to go until 11. Do you guys remember that Karen Reed chick? She's the woman who was accused of murdering her boyfriend. There was the hitting him with the car. There were all kinds of wild allegations going on, and she was acquitted of that. Now, some people have a theory that the Massachusetts State Police, his brethren, are maybe responsible for killing him. Well, there's all kinds of theories. He was drinking heavily. The guy, of course, John O'Keefe, found on the lawn of a fellow officer's home after a night of heavy drinking. Might have drank himself to death. Who knows? But Reed was accused of striking O'Keefe with her SUV in 2022 and leaving him to die alone outside a house party. She was charged with second-degree manslaughter while operating a vehicle under the influence and leaving the scene. I think she ended up with a DUI. Is what she ended up with. Well, she's suing now. She is suing several members of the state police and most of the people at the house party, including federal agent Brian Higgins, Nicole and Brian Albert, who owned the home, and Jennifer and Matthew McCabe. It raises many of the allegations Reed's defense team made during her 2 trials. So this is interesting. She got acquitted. Now she wants to bring this civil suit because she thinks these people set her up. Now, remember, in a civil suit, you don't have to have the same burden of proof that you have in a criminal court. You also have to show that this cost you money, that you were defamed, that your reputation was hurt. Now, this is where a lot of people have trouble with these. Shuli's trying to sue this trans woman because she alleged that he might have known about ESO and had some stuff on his computer and all that stuff. Shuli's going to have a hard time proving that defamed his character and demeaned his reputation and cost him money because Shuli's already a bottom-feeding shit slinger who's on the internet basically cyber stalking a guy. That's his career. He cyber stalks another man. Shuli's entire life has been following John Melendez, whether it was trying to get his spot in the Stern Show and not getting it, or just having this lifelong vendetta where he's going to follow him around online to people with IQs of 70 and Social Security disability checks and raking those in super chats. So this trans woman criticized him for the ESO thing, and now he's suing her, or he says he's suing her. The problem is you worked with a guy who had CSAM on his computer, is in prison. You played video games high as a fucking kite with this guy and little kids a lot. So your reputation is dog shit. You worked with a guy whose reputation is dog shit. She didn't cost you any money, and that's going to be hard to prove that she did. With this Karen Reed, it's a little different because Karen Reed was put through 2 trials. She was acquitted of the charges. She racked up all kinds of legal bills. It definitely hurt her earnings potential. She was all over the news instead of being a private citizen. Karen Reed can absolutely show that if these people really did take part in some sort of effort to frame her, that they fucked her up good and cost her a lot of money. So she has a case here, but the hurdle is showing that any of these people did this to her. But if she can prove that, she can probably do some business. That's for sure. So as far as defamation in this case, I think if Karen Reed can prove that these people set her up, I think she's got herself a good chance. $2 from Joey Caravello says, do you ever look at yourself in the mirror and tuck your Peter back and dance to Goodbye Horses? I don't. Reformed Rapscallion says, how did a story about Karen Reed turn into a Shuley story? Because they're both threatening someone for defamation. That's why. And it's a comparison that Karen Reed's reputation was a lot better. Defamation is interesting because just because someone says something about you that's not true, that's not enough to sue them and get something out of it. That's the part. And when you decide to take the low road like Shuley has so many times, and here's the other thing, John's suing him because he has basically stalked and harassed John for a long time. Shuley then begged for money from his audience to fund the lawsuit, even though they've been giving him money all these years, probably never saved it. So now he's grifting off his audience for the lawsuit. Well, now he's taking the grifted John lawsuit money and trying to turn it into an Ava lawsuit. So he's taking that money to sue somebody else so he can get money from her so he can pay off the John lawsuit. Like, do his audience members not understand? They're almost like, it almost looks like, to me at least, that they're in some kind of pyramid, multi-level marketing scam. Really strange, right? Baba Shab says the dabble stuff is insufferable. Well, yeah, I mean, it's just basically stalking and harassment because people aren't talented enough to do a show. That's why I'm lucky to be doing the toe. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Thank you very much, Joey Caravello, for that $2. I do appreciate it. The experiment is going aces today. I did say that I wanted to get to 500 memberships by the end of the week. It does look like we're going to get there as we have no expirations this week, and we're 18 away from 500 already. Keep hitting like, keep hitting follow. 661 is our number. I appreciate you guys. All right, here we go. Elon Musk. This is what numero uno Josh Denny fan wanted today. This is another kind of test of whether or not you are an optimistic person or you're a skeptical person. Now, me, I kind of bounce between the two. But when it comes to what Elon Musk is saying, I'm actually cautiously optimistic, believe it or not. I shouldn't be. I know that I should be immediately skeptical of this, and this is insane. But Elon Musk is saying that because of AI, we may not have to work. We will have a nation of abundance, and everything will be taken care of. Now, that sounds crazy awesome, and maybe with AI, it will be able to produce for us, and basically we'll all get to be AI slave masters for a living. AI will get to do everything for us, provide for our economy, and basically we'll all live. Now, on the other hand, that sounds a little communist. I think people would still want to work. There's still going to be ambitious people who want to achieve and accomplish things. So I don't know if not working is necessarily like the coolest thing in the world. And also, I think if AI, I mean, to me, AI is analogous to government. An AI big enough to give you everything you want is an AI big enough to take everything away. So I'm going to say we got to be careful of people like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk. I don't trust these guys at all. I think these guys want to be the guy holding the leash for the AI. I think they want to be in control of all of it. I think these guys are megalomaniacal. I think they have a vision for humanity, and they believe that if everybody else would just get the fuck out of the way and let their autistic brains run shit, that they could create a perfect world. And I know through looking through history, people like that are fucking dangerous and shouldn't have any power. So you got to stay away from Thiel. You got to stay away from Musk. I would like this to be true, that in 10 to 20 years, we'll all be taken care of because of AI. I just don't trust the guy giving me the message. Let's play this by Elon, and you guys decide what you think.
And if you go out long enough, assuming there's a continued improvement in AI and robotics, which seems likely, the money will stop being relevant at some point in the future.
I remember a friend of mine giving us this same speech when he tried weed for the first time junior year.
There will still be constraints on power, like electricity and mass. The fundamental physics elements will still be constraints, but I think at some point currency becomes irrelevant.
You hear how these people talk and they almost sound like AI robots? I don't want them controlling shit. This guy was a bad idea. Peter Thiel was a bad idea. Multi-billionaires, I think, have become a bad idea because they've become people who have been able to essentially almost buy more rights than the rest of us have, and it's unnerving. And the way they talk, it's like so robotic and it's so monotone and so matter-of-fact about something that really should scare the shit out of us. You guys got to not like this guy. He's done.
Jensen, any thoughts?
By the way, the NVIDIA earnings call is later today.
And by the way, since currency is relevant.
Cheers.
Elon just wants to share with you some breaking news.
Okay, tech billionaires giggling and laughing, talking about AI and not needing to. I'm sorry, but I've seen these movies before, and they always end with the world blowing up and Bruce Willis having to defuse something. And Bruce Willis ain't around anymore. So let's just go ahead and not trust these guys. Plus, I don't know if you saw this, but Michael Burry, Dr. Michael Burry, you know, the guy who predicted the housing market collapse and shorted the housing market. Michael Burry has become famous for his short bets. Michael Burry has shorted the AI bubble. He's shorted the AI market. He says all this AI shit, all this tech AI stuff, it's overinflated. It's all going to come crashing down. This week, the Dow took a 500-point hit because these AI companies are starting to show signs that, you know, the bubble is over, the boom is over, and that this shit maybe got a little too out of hand. Michael Burry might have called it again. It wouldn't be the first time since the housing market that Dr. Burry called this shit, but it's usually this guy puts short bets out on shit, he hits. And him saying that this AI stuff is a bubble that's overinflating our economy right now, they're starting to show cracks. The cracks are starting to form in the AI thing, and it may be that these guys have been selling us a bunch of bullshit the last few years. AI is the reason the internet keeps getting graped, says Sam Show. Yes, absolutely. I mean, they're going to use AI to create bots that get people to argue with each other and make people mad online and think the world is this, you know, awful place where nobody agrees with anyone. So yeah, I mean, they are using it to fuck with shit. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow. Thank you very much. We're only 18 memberships away from 500. And guys, the experiment is going very well. With just a little more push, and the experiment is on. Isn't it way more fun to do a show this way? 6:42, we are starting to come in for a landing, it looks like today. Ah, shit. Oh, damn. We missed 700 by that much. 600 is our average. It's pretty good. 700 is awesome. We got there twice this week. 2 out of 4 ain't bad, as Meatloaf once said. This is kind of, I don't know. Is this sad? Or is this karma? I don't know what you think. Now, remember, this guy's never been convicted of anything. But Kevin Spacey, after all of those sex scandals, says that he's homeless. Kevin Spacey went broke fighting all of those criminal allegations that he did stuff to teenage boys at parties and things like that. You know, if you look into the Kevin Spacey thing, it's actually really, really weird. A lot of these guys who accused Kevin Spacey of doing this, I think 2 of them are dead. Like two of the grown men who said that when they were teenagers, Kevin Spacey did stuff to them. I think 2 of the cases had to get dropped because the guys died. Let me make sure I have this right. Spacey accusers dead. 3 individuals connected to the Kevin Spacey sexual misconduct allegations died all in 2019. An anonymous massage therapist who accused Spacey of SA during a 2016 session died in September of 2019 from undisclosed causes. His civil lawsuit was settled and dismissed after his death. A related criminal case in LA was also closed because the allegations could not be proven without his participation. Ari Ben, a Norwegian author and the former husband of Princess Martha Louise Ben, publicly accused Spacey of groping him at a Nobel Peace Prize concert in 2007. Ben killed himself on Christmas Day, 2019, at the age of 47. And then Linda Culkin, a former nursing assistant. Culkin was not an accuser herself, but became obsessed with Spacey after a patient told her of being attacked by him. She pleaded guilty to sending death threats and bomb threats to Spacey and his associates and was sentenced to federal prison in 2014. She died in May 2019 after being struck by a car while crossing the street. Other legal cases against Spacey have also been dropped or dismissed for various reasons, including the accuser in a Massachusetts case invoking his Fifth Amendment right not to testify about his cell phone use, leading prosecutors to drop the charge. So one guy accused Spacey of something, and they went, look, you're going to have to testify. The defense gets to cross-examine. They're going to ask you about your phone. And the guy's like, I got fucked up shit on my phone. I'm not going to let them get my phone. I might get in trouble. I got to plead the Fifth. And they're like, well, if you plead the Fifth, we can't prove that Spacey did anything because all we have is your testimony. So they had to drop that. More recently, Spacey was found not liable in a 2022 civil suit filed by actor Anthony Rapp in New York and was acquitted of SA charges by a London jury in July 2023. So Kevin Spacey, his accusers have either died, pled the Fifth, or lost at trial. So Kevin Spacey is free to go on all of these accusations of SAing underage boys. The problem is for him, fighting all of these issues has left him penniless, left him broke. He sold his house, the whole deal. Says he's currently homeless because of his bleak financial situation following his SA scandals. Spacey sat down for a wide-ranging interview with The Telegraph. And when the convo turned to his living situation, Kevin didn't pull any punches. Said he'd been living in Baltimore for the last 12 years, but recently had to move out of his house because he has almost no money coming in because of the astronomical cost of his scandals, saying, I literally have no home. Okay, here's the thing. Should he be allowed to work again? Like, should Kevin Spacey, because look, think what you want about what he did. He was never convicted. All right? You know, you got a guy like Epstein, he was convicted. Spacey never convicted. And unbelievably good actor. Should he be allowed to work again? I guess that's kind of up to Hollywood. And Hollywood's saying no at the moment. This is the interview from about a year and a half ago where he first said he was going broke.
Where do you live now? Well, it's funny you asked that question because this week, where I have been living in Baltimore, is being foreclosed on. My house is being sold at auction.
Really?
So I have to go back to Baltimore and put all my things in storage.
Really?
So the answer to that question is I'm not quite sure where I'm going to live now, but I've been in Baltimore for since we started shooting House of Cards there.
So how long is that?
I moved there in 2012.
So this has been your home for 12 years?
Well, not this particular place, but this place has been my home and Evan and Lucy's home since 2016.
Why is it being foreclosed?
Because
In fairness, you probably got a lot of equity in there. If it's, 2016, 2017 is when the housing market started, kicking up. Hey, I'm just trying to find a bright spot for Kevin Spacey. He's a little bummed out.
Can't pay the bills that I owe.
Are you facing bankruptcy?
Been a couple of times when I thought I was going to file, but we've managed to sort of dodge it, at least as of today.
How much money do you have?
That's kind of Piers Morgan. I don't know if it's a British thing or just appears as a douche thing, but you don't just blab that one out there. How much money do you have? None of your fucking business, dickhead.
None.
Really?
Piers is such a prick. I expect him to go, oh, that's too bad. I need to stop by the vending machine downstairs, and I was wondering if you could break a 20. Thanks, Piers. No, I can't.
Well, you have some sense of legal bills.
Yeah.
I still owe a lot of legal bills that I have not been able to pay.
You're actually in debt?
Yes.
Do you mind me asking how much you owe?
Yeah, 5 or 6 people accused me of butt fucking them, Piers. I'm going to have to pay for a while. Yeah. I fought a shitload of civil trials and a shitload of criminal trials. It's going to be a minute, Piers. Piers asks about, really, you have legal bills? 6 people accused me of fucking them in the butt without wanting them to.
It's considerable.
Millions?
Many millions, yes.
Holy shit.
The house itself is many millions.
You know what's weird, though? Here's what I hate about these interviewers. They have no empathy. But they fake empathy. It's so gross. I don't know what's more gross. The actor, who I don't know if he's being genuine or performing and working me, or the interviewer who's like, you owe that much. And knowing that he doesn't fucking care at all because he's calculating in his head what kind of viewership this is going to do.
What are you going to do?
Puts a gun in his mouth live on the air. I'll show you. Who was that guy? You ever heard of R. Bud Dwyer, Piers?
Get back on the horse.
Isn't that what got you in this problem in the first place? Hey-o, Kevin. It's, look, man, it's weird because I don't necessarily, it's not that I feel bad for Kevin. I don't feel bad for Spacey. But he is, by law, he's innocent. He never got convicted of anything. I don't even think he had to pay out anything in a lawsuit, and that's a lesser standard of proof. So I almost feel like Kevin Spacey should be forgiven and allowed to perform again and make some money. What good is innocent until proven guilty if we don't respect it either? You can still die a social death, and that's what he's done. $1 from Los Federales says, bubble or no bubble, there's money to be made on the way up and the way down. People who complain are the ones that just watch the world pass by. If I can come out of poverty, so can everyone else. Well, they always say that. They say it's a buying opportunity when the market goes down. Here's the problem with all that, though. In the housing market, for example, a lot of people have equity in their home that they can draw off of. But when you take out a bad loan and your house gets foreclosed on, you lose that equity. So to tell someone who's losing their home, hey, this is a buying opportunity, it's like, I don't have anything to buy with. A person who loses their home, essentially. But yeah, I agree with you in principle, in philosophy, yes. The market goes down. is when you should try to be as calm and even-handed and cold-blooded as you can, and you find the deals. Absolutely. That's number one. Main Vein with $1 says Spacey is a friend of the Clintons. They were Arkansas-sided. You think Hillary might have helped out Kevin Spacey? Rexstart parody account says broke and Kevin Spacey broke are two different things. My dad used to tell me that when like athletes would go broke. You know, he said, Aaron, there's a difference between I have no money broke and famous guy broke. We would first talk, I think the first time I ever had that conversation with my dad was about MC Hammer. Believe it or not, my boomer dad likes MC Hammer. And he said MC Hammer didn't go broke. MC Hammer just stopped being a really, really rich guy. So like on your way up, you buy houses, you buy property, you buy assets, right? When a rich guy says I'm broke, it means I'm going to have to sell one of my houses or a couple of my cars so that I have liquid money. Not literally liquid money, but so that my funds are liquid. I'm going to have to liquidate a few things. So like, when a guy says, oh my God, I'm broke. I'm absolutely broke. And then he sells a $3.5 million mansion. Now he's got $3.5 million in walking around money and 2 more houses. So I agree with you guys. Spacey broke is probably a little different than normal person. You know, can you spare a dime broke? Miss Tay with $25. Thank you very, very much.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Miss Tay says, nobody's saying you can't own an experiment. Nobody's even saying you can't carry out an experiment. All we're saying is you can't carry out an experiment in town. Do I say, you are the third person who's now told me that I say experiment funny. Am I fucking up? Who's the asshole in that situation? Am I the asshole or is he the asshole? What am I saying wrong? Thank you, Miss Tay, for the $25, by the way. Appreciate it. And by the way, our experiment. Now I'm fucked up. Now I have no confidence in what I'm saying. Our experiment is going very, very well. If you want to make our experiment go all the way well, you know the drill. We also 18 memberships away from 500. Das Optic Nerve says it's because you do. Yeah, but I don't know how I'm experiment. No, I don't say experiment, Ryobi. Experiment, Tubby. Experiment. People say I say bagel funny too. Now I'm going to have a mental breakdown of insecurity. People say I say bagel funny. People say I say Vegas funny. People basically say I talk like a fucking retard is essentially, I believe, what the accusation is. Trucker 18-wheeler with $1 says, yeah, currency will not be relevant anymore, says the richest person. That's true. When Elon says that currency will be useless, I mean, it's useless to him right now. He doesn't know how much he has. Trucker with $1 says, you skipped my rant. I just got to it, buddy. I saw that, and I apologize to you. Eso Horny with $5 says Kevin Spacey is a Zio. Are you paying attention yet? You mean like a Zionist? Well, then wouldn't he be protected? Oh, you mean the reason why he never went to jail and all of those people died? Oh, so Kevin Spacey was protected by his pals. Okay, I'll go with it. Let's take a look. Kevin Spacey net worth. Now, here's where these net worth sites are complete bullshit because, like, they don't know what his legal bills are. They don't know what he owes. So how would they know? You know? Ryan the Garbage Man says, I got a hankering for some experiment gum. You know, I say that we're not going to say the G word and we're just going to do a show this week, and it goes really well, and we've got a perfect week going. And then the word I use to say that we're not going to do that, I fucked that up too. Kevin Spacey's current net worth is estimated at approximately $2 million. Boy, I wish I was that broke. Don't you wish you were $2 million, bro? I wish I could be broke by $2 million. Put $500 million in your pocket or 500 million. It's that easy, guys. Just fucking put 500 million in your pocket. Put 500 grand in your pocket to live for a while. Take your 1.5 million, invest it. Let's say decent year, you get a 9% return. That's you're going to make $135,000. So you're going to make $135,000 a year on the interest alone. Tell me you can't get some kind of bullshit endorsement deal for those dumb like mobile games or something. Like Kevin Spacey could, I mean, take jobs that he would consider beneath him in the past, and he could still scrape out a seven-figure income every year. No problem. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to say Kevin Spacey broke is a little bit different than you and I broke. Here's how broke Kevin Spacey is. He used to be worth $50 million. Now he's worth $2 million. That's what it is. Todd, I'm not going to say your actual username. Todd, I don't understand who JW is, retype that message. I'm not understanding you. But thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Let's get to this boozy badass story, because this is a good example. This is a good way to find out if people are honest or not. If people are comfortable and confident, or if they need to front. If they need to basically go, oh, no, not me. No, that's somebody else. Well, whatever. Boozy Badass was being just that, a badass, when he sat down for an interview recently and got pretty honest. By the by, I do need to point out, YouTube, you're bringing up the rear now. Rumble's looking okie dokie. Hit like, hit follow, hit share. YouTube, you were jacking back up. You've come back down because you don't put in enough effort. They're going to hate that. Like and share. We're at 665 people right now. I thought 700 had flown the coop for today. It's back on the table. 666 now. Rumble, you guys like and share. Let's get to that 700. What do you say? So Boozy Badass gave an interview recently where he said every guy has had performance anxiety, quote, least once in their life. This should not be something that's controversial. The only people that would deny this are people who are wildly insecure sexually, shall we say. I mean, none of us are robots. None of us are machines. There are some times where shit happens and you get an embarrassing moment. You know, happens to everybody. It happened to me when I was 18. It'll probably happen to me again throughout my life. People who can't admit that, there's something weird when you listen to sex guys. You know, when someone thinks they're a sex guy, there's nobody less a sex guy than a guy who thinks he's a sex guy. Because these guys will say all the things that he thinks strangers that he shouldn't give a shit about their opinion want to hear. Yeah, if you're a guy, you're not a machine. Sometimes shit breaks down. Boozy Badass has no shame in his game, admitting even a macho man such as himself can have ED performance issues, and calling all his fellow guys liars who can't own up to the same. I mean, imagine the insecurity it would take to not be able to admit that, like, you've gotten too drunk before, you've gotten too tired before, you ate like a fucking pig and you don't feel like doing anything. You know, you went once or twice already and you're like, God, I'm fucking spent. Imagine not being able to admit that because you're so gay. The Louisiana rap star has been enjoying the last bit of his freedom, before his sentencing later this month. Oh, I feel you, dog. I feel you, dog. Me and Boozy Badass are kindred spirits. We're both from the hood. He let loose on Angela Yee's lip service. That sounds like it could be a facial. When asked if he ever has a problem with getting his Rough Rider ready in a time of need. Now, why don't we have here we go. Oh no, this isn't this isn't the video of the thing. How do we not have this actual video?
Have you ever not?
Oh, here we go. No, this is the video. Good. It just doesn't look like a normal TMZ clip. Here's Boozy Badass.
Hard. It was like,
yes. Everybody, that happened to every motherfucker. If any motherfucker tell you it ain't to happen You're a motherfucking lie. Nigga,
I like him. I like Boozy Badass. I don't know if you've ever seen him before. I've never heard a single Boozy Badass song. I only know him as a guy who got pulled over by the police and started talking about how he's going to fuck all their wives. He rules. And then the other and then this clip, which I think is great. I love Boozy Badass.
you lying.
A lot of guys that said
You
that,
fucking
said
lying.
no.
Oh, nigga, you fucking lying. Your dick ain't never died. You a motherfucking liar.
Recharge.
You a motherfucking liar. It could be the baddest bitch in the world. Something God saying that not make that motherfucker get up.
Not tonight.
That motherfucker say not tonight. You what the fuck?
Shit happens. What are you gonna do?
You been hard all week. I don't know. I'm telling you, that shit happened to you, man.
All right. And you know what you got to do when that happens? Eat it.
Eat that pussy.
Yes.
Pink, there you go, girls. I got it. Yep. There you go. Bingo. You know what this is? This is adults talking about sex, not Arrested Development assholes who have a middle schooler idea of what sex is. This is some real talk.
Yeah, you gotta eat. You gotta lay down like a
You
sniper.
got every cooch now.
You
Come
gotta
on
lay
now.
down.
Although hearing a black guy say you got to eat it, that's a little weird. That's a little, out of the stereotype.
Like a sniper.
Yeah. like a. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness.
you gotta eat pussy like a sniper.
Visualize like sniper.
Yeah, don't eat pussy with your ass all up. Bitch, what you trying to get flipped?
You gotta lay down.
Hey, nigga, you better lay down like a fucking sniper and eat that pussy.
So we know.
Boozy Badass and I agree. You know what? I love the guy. He's absolutely right. You ain't gonna eat no pussy with your ass up in the air. I didn't understand what he meant by a sniper at first. Now I'm not going to be. Now every time I'm doing that, I'm not going to be able to stop thinking about being a sniper. And sometimes, you run into one where it is like being a sniper. You got to gauge for the wind and everything. Coriolis effect, the whole deal. Everything comes into play.
What you not into?
Oh my gosh, that's so funny. I've never heard that.
You gotta lay down like a sniper. You know how that sniper lay down?
Yeah, we know.
He's going to end up eating this girl's pussy right on the podcast.
Lay down, put
You
your
gotta put
ass
your
up,
arm up
bitch.
there. Cause then if you lay like that, she can reach around.
She looking at your ass.
Can't be tooted up. Gotcha.
Do you remember the first time a woman squirted on you?
All right, girls. Why do we have to take it there? Boozy Badass is having a nice grown-up conversation about sometimes your motherfucking dick die. It happened, motherfucker. You gotta be a real man and admit that shit. Then you gotta eat pussy like a sniper. And what does this girl go? Whatever girl squirts on your face. All right, we were having a nice adult conversation and you had to fucking take it to street level. Thanks a million, bitch. I like him, man. Rabbi Smoothie says, I wonder where these stereotypes originate. What? What are you talking about? I think Boozy Badass is right on the money. I like him. It's not even about being a sex guy. It's a fucking pussy. It's not difficult, says Sam Show. Bappa Shab says, Jesse PS would classify you as a sex guy. I'm not a sex guy. I'm not a sex guy. There's a difference between you have sex and you're a sex guy. I'm not a sex guy. Veldrain with $1 says, I am celebrity broke. Caviar only once a week. Yacht trips every 3 months. Broke as fuck. I want to find you guys the Boozy Badass, him getting pulled over by the cops. That's one of my favorites. Toad Climbs Mountains with $1 says, you're talking about the experiment as much as you normally talk about the goal. Just say, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. Absolutely not. I am not. Veldrain with $1. Oh, we just did that one. Thank you very much. Nope. We're not saying any numbers. We're not saying anything. You guys are just supporting the show and being great, and I underestimated you, and I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Keep it up. Like, subscribe, follow, and 18 memberships away from 500 and 7 memberships on YouTube. No, I'm sorry, 6 memberships now on YouTube away from 400. Keep it up. I want to find Boozy Badass arrest. This is so fucking funny. The one where he's in the middle of the street. I'm sorry, the street. Oh, man. You know what? You know what sucks? Here's the one I was looking for. He's been arrested so many times that I wasn't specific enough with the Boozy Badass arrest video. This rules. This is my favorite Boozy Badass moment. Again, I've never heard a word of this guy's songs.
Every fucking body. Cause I'm tired, bro. I'm ready to fucking roll me. I need to go sit down. I want to take everybody down here down first. I'll spit on every fucking nurse in that bitch.
I love how this guy's scared shitless because he's being arrested and Boozy's just yelling at everybody.
I'm gonna make you charge me. I'm gonna show you how I get down when I get locked up. When these cops come off, I'm gonna put them in their shit.
You know, you really shouldn't know how you get down when you're locked up. That kind of shows you've been locked up maybe a few too many times. All I know about how I get down when I'm locked up is I enjoy cribbage, a movie, and basketball. And I'm no stranger to the vending machine. And I like to play Idle Mining Empire on my tablet. That's how I get down when I get locked up. I'm going to show you how I get down when I get locked up. Mid-range jumper, follow your shot.
I'm going out like a gangster. You ought to knock my fucking teeth out, buddy. And you're going to get sued like a dog. I'm ready now. I'm all the way ready.
This is why I don't understand, like, you can't have it both ways if you're a black man. You can't, out of one side of your mouth, you can't say that, you know, the cops are hunting down black men and we're afraid of the cops and this and that, and the cops are out to get us. And then talk so much shit about the cops. You're like, I'm going to make them knock my fucking teeth out. It's like, well, one of the two is true. Either you're terrified of them and they're out to get you, or you'll yell and scream at them thinking they ain't going to do shit.
I'm going to show them how I get down and be off. Why? I'm going to punch on the first white boy I see in that bitch.
I'm going to punch on the first white boy I see in that bitch. I'm a Boozy Badass fan. I'm sure his music is dog shit.
In the nurse, I'ma spit on that bitch. I ain't playing. I'm ready now. I'm ready to go to jail. I'm getting targeted, bro. My license plate is white. I'm targeted. It ain't never birth control pills or something for one of my bitches. That's all.
Oh, they found pills in his car, and he goes, "Them's birth control pills for my bitches." Oh, at least he's honest.
That's all. Birth control pills or something for my bitches. You know bitches can't get pregnant from me. Yeah, I got a lot of hoes sucking in my house right now.
That's a flex. You got to admit, that's a flex. I got hoes sucking dick at my house right now. How do you know, though? You keep shit locked because you don't want anybody stealing from it. I mean, apparently you trust these hoes.
Yeah.
Well, they're too busy sucking dick to steal anything.
I got like 35 hoes sucking at my house right now.
Oh my God, I would hate to be the person who has to scrub your carpets. That sounds off. 35 hoes sucking dick at your house? I mean, I don't know the square footage of your house, but wouldn't everybody kind of like their own space to get their dick sucked? Like, you don't want to be getting your dick sucked in a room full of man ass. So are those 35 girls? Now I need to know the logistics of the hoes and how they're, you know.
If anybody wants their suck, let me know.
It's actually a really nice thing to yell angrily at a cop. I forgot how much I love this video. It's actually really nice. Like on one moment, he's yelling at the cop, "I'm going to make you bust my fucking teeth out. I'm ready to go to jail." And he's like, "Yo, if you officers want to get your fucking dick sucked, let me know." It's like, I thought you were mad at us. Why are you angrily offering us blowjobs?
I'm ready to fight. I take off I could fight. I would throw them bitches within the office. All you do is take off their bag and they gun. and I'ma throw them bitches with you in the parking lot.
Sir, I don't really know if in the state you're in, offering to beat the shit out of police officers is necessarily what the kids call a good look.
I like that, man. I moved out here for change. I'm finna sell my shit. Car is not stolen. Registration is right. The tag is right. I was pulled over because it's boosted car. You fucking motherfuckers are targeting my vehicle. If I was a white college player, you wouldn't fuck with my vehicle. If I played soccer or baseball, you wouldn't fuck with my vehicle.
In fairness, if you played soccer, nobody here would know who you are.
You'll stop me for an autograph.
I'm gonna give you a citation for marijuana. All right?
For the smell of marijuana.
No, we found
he's like, you go give me a citation for the smell of marijuana. No, we found marijuana. Oh, shit. That's always the worst when you're yelling at someone and it turns out you misunderstood and they're right. Is you're like, you go give me a ticket for the smell of marijuana, you motherfucker. And they're like, no, we found some. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, you know, tough day.
Crumbs on the floorboard.
There's some bags on here. There's 2 bags on here. All right? I'm going to give you a citation for legibility. And that's it. All right?
Yeah, so Boozy Badass has been sitting here for 2 minutes yelling at these guys, and they're like, dude, we're giving you a citation for some weed, and that's it. Like, you're good, dude. All right. So did you want to get your dick sucked or no? Because, like, the offer, like, still be on the table and shit. All right, so he got, all that yelling, all that anger, all that hostility, all that drama, and he got a fucking ticket. That's it. He just got a ticket. Yeah, somebody wrote in the chat, bro is low-key bro is low-key, oh, I lost it. Bro is low-key admitting to running a brothel. I mean, yeah, I got 35 bitches in my house sucking dick. Sir, look, we were just going to give you a citation for the weed, but we do need to keep you a little longer. You need to talk to us about this whole 35 hoes at the crib sucking dick. I'm not sure that's on the up and up. He's also soliciting sex trafficking to the officers. Yo, you want your dick sucked? You let me know. I got girls who do that shit. Who are you, the Black Andrew Tate? Main Vein with $1 says, I wish the cops would just put some bullets in this dumb oh, my God. I don't think we're allowed to call him that, for Pete's sake. Oh, my. Thank you, Main Vein, for the $1, but that was a bit rich. We have a bunch of stuff still to go. We're going to open up these 8 o'clock hour stories. Thank you guys very much. This first 3.5 hours of this show have gone by incredibly quick. Thank you. We smooched with 700. We kissed with 700. We were fucking close to 700, but we didn't quite get there today. I do appreciate you guys being well into the 6s, though. That's fucking awesome. Also, hitting 700 twice this week. Appreciate it. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit follow, especially if you're on YouTube. That's unfortunate what's happening there, but I just can't. I got to tell you, I was checking the Rumble stats yesterday. I mean, the Rumble revenue and the creator program revenue is so good. It really doesn't matter what happens with YouTube at this point. It's almost getting to a point where we could keep our memberships with YouTube. And I mean, the ad revenue is good. Don't get me wrong. The ad revenue and the views are up on YouTube, but it's diversified through clips and shorts and live. I mean, our views are up. That's the wild thing about YouTube. It's just that our algorithm shit for the live is fucked. However, I will say that revenue in general, viewership for Steel Toe and revenue is up. And I wanted to talk to you guys about something. I talked to the evening show audience about this. We're coming up on a point here where we can drop the thing we're not talking about a little bit. However, if what we've been doing this week keeps working, then I guess it's immaterial. Or we could add someone on Thursdays and evenings. And what I would like to do is I would like to add Corey and Oz back to the show, and I would like to put Oz on the evenings, or Corey on the evenings if you'd like to do that, and put Oz either on Thursday mornings or on the evening shows, one of the two. Or if you guys have an idea for someone to work with the toe, I think it could be a lot of fun. But as I was looking into shit, I was like, we can do some things. We can put some things back into the show to help it out, to grow it and everything else. Because I think right now, with where we're at in Rumble, we're kind of on the verge, if we push a little harder, to making a really huge breakthrough. So they treat us really well over there. I reached out to Corey. I reached out to Oz. I do want to add a person or two to what we're doing here on the toe. I mean, and think about how amazing this is. Went to jail, had all these dramas and all this stuff, got through it, got better, admitted my faults, moved on and improved as a person, got help. And now I have my family back. I have a beautiful woman. I have all this. And now the show's growing again. And now Rumble is just blowing up at the moment. Our clips on Rumble are doing incredible. And now we're talking about expanding. We're talking about growing. I mean, I kind of thought best case scenario for the toe, without expanding into radio again, which we're still talking about, without doing that, I kind of thought, well, you know, we'll knock it out. We'll keep going the way we're going, and we'll knock it out. I didn't think, especially this soon, that we'd be in a place where we can go get some people. Rabbi Smoothie says Corey still hasn't answered last year's texts. I get a text back from Corey once every 6 months or so. But I reached out to him, and I reached out to Oz. McBuster says, what about Karmic? Karmic's got to get over his, thinking the internet is real. He thinks he needs to hate my guts or whatever. When I made him and I built him, and I think with me hosting the show and I'm the best professional broadcaster in this whole world. I'm the best in the world. I'm the baddest motherfucker on the planet. Karmic hooks up with me, I could take him to new levels. I'm Karmic's rocket fuel. I could teach him, he's a natural number two. Karmic is a natural co-host. Karmic is handcuffed. He's shackled by being a host because he doesn't know how to do it. Being a second mic is easy. You just got to react. And what is Karmic if not a reaction machine? You put Karmic with the toe, magic happens because I know how to manage the guy. I mean, look at the career I was able to build with guys who had never done broadcasting before. My track record is solid. I got guys I worked with that I created that are still working in the game right now in the city of Minneapolis. My guys, my proteges. I can do that for Karmic because he's got personality. Rabbi Smoothie says, you're Karmic's Mick. That's right. I'm his Mickey Goldmill. He's just got to understand that and stop listening to jealous internet people. That should stir him up. I just try to get something long enough for people to clip. That's all I'm doing. All right, guys, hit like, hit follow, hit subscribe. In about 50 minutes, I'll tell you how the experiment went. Right now, it's going very, very well. Keep it up. I appreciate it. Chevy Fan says, Karmic, fuck, you're desperate. Hey, Chevy Fan, we have to have this conversation a lot. Sometimes you might notice this is a comedy show and I'm fucking around. Just, Chevy Fan, do me a favor. Bring it down, but sometimes you get a little too tied up. That's all I'm saying, buddy. I'm saying it because I'm a friend. You Need Me More gifting a membership. Thank you very much. Over there on Rumble, we're 17 away from 500. Now, whether we hit 500 memberships or not today, we are going to be doing a members-only show at 11 o'clock. So be sure to join us for that on Rumble and YouTube. Why not? Why not? Thank you very much. You Need Me More. Everybody keep gifting memberships. That would be great. Papa Shop says, nah, the Corey Adam desperation is wild. What are you talking about? I love working with Corey. Yoko got a little bit in between Corey and I let that happen. That's on me. Paul and John let Yoko get in between them. And I probably should have saw it earlier on that was becoming a problem for him. And I get it. If I were Corey, Now that I think back on it, if I were Corey, I think he would have been like, well, why is she getting paid as a full-time employee? Like, I've been putting in my service. I'm the best steel-toe second mic there is. I mean, he should believe that. I mean, he's doing it. He probably feels he should have gotten that spot, and she didn't fucking belong there. She didn't belong as part of Steel Toe. And, like, long-term, he was right. He was absolutely right. I think this show would be on a different trajectory if Corey was the guy. And we didn't involve April in this at all. But how do you learn if you don't fuck up first? Meow Meow says, just pick a whore from Chrissy's show. Am I the only person who doesn't like that these shows put that Scarlet chick on there when she she needs, I don't mean this as an insult. I mean this as someone who's watched her on shows, and, you know, it's very clear she needs help for, you know, substances, and she needs therapy for some mental issues. And she's obviously gone through some shit in the porn industry. Chrissy Mayer's a difficult person to criticize. And you probably know a lot of people like this in your life. They smile a lot and they're nice. So when they do really mean shit, they may not even know they're doing mean shit, but it's kind of, it's mildly sinister and evil. I think putting that Scarlet chick on her show, and I think anyone who puts that Scarlet on their show is kind of being sinister a little bit. I don't think she should be doing shows. I think she should be getting help. And you know, there's that disingenuous thing where people will put her on and people will be like, this girl needs help. You know, she clearly is going through something right now. And they'll go, what? Well, she's an adult and I just asked her to come on the show and she says yes. It's, well, you know, I've been hosting a show for longer than any of you guys have, and I know a little something about your responsibility. You do have a bare minimum responsibility. You know that day where Johnny was having a hard time with his MS and Mersh was teasing him and he started crying, and that was about MS and his life. And luckily, the thing he was told by his doctors didn't come true. I mean, he got some really scary fucking news. I took him out for breakfast that day. There's a time where you can have fun with someone because they're, you know, in a mood. But then there's other times where you just got to cut it and see if that person's okay. And on that day, I just needed to cut it and see if Johnny was okay. I think when people have this Scarlet chick on, I think they know she needs help. And they don't, you know, they like to say, oh, she's our friend. Oh, she's our friend. Just because you appear on an internet screen together doesn't mean you're friends. A friend is an action, and a friend is they see someone like Scarlett on a stream and they go, we're not going to do this. This is not, I'm not going to tell this person that she can't stream or she can't be on shows. But if I'm in charge, she's not going to be on. I'm not going to put her on. And so it's hard to criticize people like that because they smile a lot. They seem really nice, and they probably don't even, it doesn't register with them that what they're doing is sinister, but it is sinister to put her on and not encourage her to get help. One thing I liked about when Gino and Keanu put her on is that Keanu pulled her aside a couple of times and said, maybe you shouldn't do this. Like, maybe you should just, you know. I think Keanu even said at one point that she was uncomfortable, you know. Redbird with $2 says, would love to have Corey back, but it's not going to happen considering the circumstances he left under. It wasn't awful circumstance. I mean, we've had people leave under worse circumstances than Corey, you know. 09 Canyon says it's disturbing to see how messed up she is, but it could be a way of keeping her safe if he knows that people are going to be watching her and will notice any injuries. I don't know. I think putting her on streams is bad. I think that kind of attention when you're in that mind state is bad. Rusty Grammar says, how can anyone date or marry a porn star? Cheating is horrible, and now you air your infidelity for the entire world to watch. That's fucked. Well, no, she doesn't still do porn, does she? Like, because if she still does it, yeah, that's fucked. You don't, be a man. Don't let your chick, you know, do porn and shit like that. No, don't do that. As a guy who's made some mistakes in his day, you know? Meow Meow says, what if it's not drugs, but she had maggots for brains? No, there's There's drinking and there's probably something else. Someone saying Charlotte or Scarlett, Chrissy has blinders on. That's McBuster says Scarlett and Mo are dabble verse failed. Yeah. And I wish people wouldn't put them on because they're not all right. But what are you going to do? You know what? I feel like I just brought the mood of the room down considerably. I feel like you know what? I feel like I wrecked the vibe. Thank you guys very much for the gifted memberships and the likes and all of that stuff. Keep it up. I appreciate it. I'll give you a little hint. If we play this, if that happened, it would be all over but the crying. You need me more, gifted a membership. Thank you very much.
There's so many Somalians in this bitch.
There we go. Let's continue on here. This is a trend that I think, even though it's illegal and even though it's a terrible thing to do, I think strategically it's brilliant. So there's this thing that thieves are doing. Seeing as like every sport is broadcast now, it's not just like one football game in this market and then one at 3:00. So with all of these guys and their schedules being out there and knowing where they're going to be, thieves are taking it upon themselves to break into athletes' homes while they're playing. There was a basketball player who had this done to him a couple of times, and I can't remember who it was. Somebody in the chat will remember. But Shedeur Sanders, the rookie for the Cleveland Browns, who's now their starting quarterback, he made his debut this past Sunday against, God damn, I can't even remember this. Were they playing the Seahawks, I believe? Well, at any rate, Shedeur Sanders was playing, and at that same time, thieves broke into his Medina County home and stole $200,000 in property. They found they know he's playing. You know, I mean, think about it. You can turn the TV on in his house and know exactly how much time you have. You can go through the house and you can really take your time and clean it out. Is it illegal? Sure. Is it a really shitty thing to do? Yeah, very much so. Is it very smart from a strategic sense? Totally. Oh, and by the way, if you thought you were getting away with this, you're not. Yeah, one person in the chat already gets it. The county that he lives in, from what I hear, that part of Ohio, and I don't know if we have anybody watching right now who's from Ohio, but I have heard that Medina County, Ohio is it's funky and it's also cold. I just want to point out I was able to do that joke twice today in 2 different states. Now, $200,000 in property. I'm guessing like mostly watches and jewelry and shit. That's probably the quickest way to get up to $200K. Son of Hall of Famer primetime Deion Sanders, Shedeur went viral for showing off a luxurious draft room in his home and giving a silent interview to the media. Yeah, see that's the problem. A lot of these guys, you know, you got MTV Cribs, you got Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous, you got all these people, they like to flex and this culture of showing off the wealth you have. Well, go ahead and let cameras into your house and show them exactly where everything is, how much everything's worth, flex, flex, flex all day, and then wonder if some piece of shit, when he sees you out on the football field, isn't going to head into your house and take some shit. Kind of sucks, though, because you got to make your big NFL debut. You're riding high. You're feeling good. Come home. $200,000 worth of shit is gone. 3 suspects entered Sanders' home around 6:46 p.m. Eastern time, according to a news release from the Medina County Sheriff's Office. Surveillance cameras in the home captured video of the suspects entering and exiting different portions of the home. The suspects were wearing masks and gloves and were seen exiting Sanders' home at around 6:58. So they only spent 12 minutes in the guy's house. Guys, he was playing football. He's literally on the TV. You got all the time in the world, and you're going to spend 12 minutes in there and then leave? Oh, you could have gotten away with so much more. Sanders entered the game after Dylan Gabriel left the field with a concussion. Browns coach Kevin Stefanski said that after the game, Sanders will start this Sunday against the Raiders in Las Vegas if Gabriel cannot clear protocol. Well, I mean, what do you do in that case? You get a dog, you hire somebody, you have a bodyguard with a gun. I don't know. I'm not sure. But you got to do something because now you're a target. Historically White says maybe it's insurance fraud. Oh, you think he like arranged it? Kind of, that'd be retarded, wouldn't it? What, you just a $200,000 payday when you're a millionaire? I guess Shedeur was what, a 5th-round draft pick? He's probably not making bank. Nomo says someone let Tone Loc know so he can sue this program. Oh, come on. Come on. Papa Shab says get a pit bull and teach it how to use a Glock. Well, there you go. No safety. You'll be good. I'm sorry. It's not 18. It's 17 memberships on Rumble. Away from 500. Let's get a little bit closer, guys. You are doing incredible. Thank you very, very much. I thought this was funny. We'll do this one real quick. Insurance giant AIG pulls the plug on incoming executive hire over alleged affair with subordinate. All right, the reason I think this is funny is because AIG is an insurance group that has fucked people over, manipulated the economy, done all kinds of dirty deeds, and they're fine with it. Their executives get bonuses, their executives get taken care of, but fuck a lady in the mailroom, oh my God, that is morally unethical. We cannot let you run this giant insurance company. Oh, at the last company I was at, we needed to raise our stock dividend prices, so I fired 1,300 workers who really needed the money around Christmas time. Oh, wow, well, that's good. That's good for the bottom line. You should come work here. I did stick my dick down the throat of the cleaning lady, though. You monster. You know what? You are a complete piece of shit. I can't believe you would do something so disgusting. You get the fuck out of here. You make me sick. Those are our morals now. That's where we're at. Do things that keep the corporate wheels turning, even if it's like horrible and it's hollow and it hurts working class people. If the stock price goes up, that's awesome. But fuck the chubby chick who brings in the mail. Oh, we can't associate with you. That's not okay. Hey, I just laid off 13 people. Well, you got to do what you got to do. Yeah, it turns out they're going on SNAP benefits for a while till they find something else. Well, Jesus saves. Anyway, I was at a Coldplay concert with my side bitch the other day. Oh, my God, you need to be put to death. It's very odd that things we decide are horrible and bad and what we're totally okay with. Carlos Cameo with $1 says Ed and Michelle stood outside his house asking the thief to rate the crime 10 out of 10 from the great indoors. Do you guys want to watch some great indoors for members only at 11? I would love to watch some Ed and Michelle today. That actually sounds like a lovely way to spend the rest of my Thursday morning. Oh, let's do it. Let's do it. Hit like, hit subscribe, and hit follow. This next one is fucked up. A California teacher. You know how we said earlier that, I don't have a problem with trans people, just leave kids alone, stay out of the locker rooms and the bathrooms. Just fucking be trans, please. You want to identify as a male or a female, I don't give a shit. Nobody hates you for being trans. They just want you to just dial it back a little. Just get out of my face. That's all I want. And don't you dare talk to my children. Well, in California, of course, California, and by the way, Gavin Newsom has to get a fucking handle on this, because Gavin Newsom is going to be running for president, and the more he lets shit like this happen, the more they're just going to hammer him over the head with it. So he's got to get pretty moderate pretty quick on this stuff. A California teacher filmed himself giving a lesson to children for Trans Visibility Week. First of all, Trans Visibility Week doesn't need to be a thing because you're always fucking visible. You stick out like a sore thumb. Number 2, we don't need to be teaching it in schools. And number 3, the fact that this guy filmed this because he wanted to show it off to others, They're bragging about it. Not only are they doing it, not only are they encouraging this shit to your children, but they want to brag about it right in front of you. And then when you go, this is bullshit, they can't be doing this, they get to smear you as transphobic and call you a bad person. It's one of the greatest fucking gaslights of all time. Here you go. Here's Rabbit wearing that wig from Super Troopers while he's driving that sports car. We should be, you know what we should do? We should be playing that be-doom, boom, boom, ba-doom, boom. We should be playing this while this guy talks.
Everybody agree with the gender they were assigned. Some of us.
Listen to that. Listen to a lot of those kids going, no, that's not because they know what the fuck they're talking about. That's not what they're, it's not because they feel that way. It's social pressure. It's because others are saying no and they want to be in the in crowd. And it's because a trans person is speaking, so they want to impress the speaker. This is gross. This is social. This is not medical. This is not the way you were born. This is social pressure and fads.
Maybe. Some of us might go, yeah, that's definitely me. But some of us.
And by the way, you were not assigned a gender at birth. The doctor didn't come in and call you a male. You had genitals and you had chromosomes. And they I mean, before you were even born, we knew what you were.
Might be looking at that paper and going, I'm not a boy, I'm not a girl. And that's exactly how trans people feel.
Right. We're not denying that you feel that way. We're telling you that doesn't mean that scientifically you're the other gender. It just means you feel that way for whatever reason. I'm sure if you sat down with a good therapist for a year, they could figure it out for you. Or you could take puberty blockers and cut your cock off. I mean, I feel like one's a little more reasonable than the other, but Lord knows I don't want to be called a name this close to Christmas. But the fact that we're debating this right now is retarded. We can debate this part later. Get the fuck out of that classroom and stop being around children. Knock it off. That's first. We're not going to have this debate right now. We can have it later. But get out of that goddamn classroom and fire the principal and the superintendent that are involved in this.
This week is Trans Visibility Week. What does it mean to be visible?
It means never shutting the fuck up, being in everyone's face and thinking only you matter.
Yes, to be seen. Whether or not you agree with transness, trans people do exist. You might not see them every day.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. I thought you were born this way. Why would we be able to agree or disagree with transness? That doesn't sound like science. I can't agree or disagree with gravity. Here, look. There's no real debate there.
You might not even realize.
Every time I jump to do a layup in basketball, I'm reminded of gravitational pull.
It's a trans person at all. That's because they're regular people living regular lives.
Whoa. What did we say about the word allegedly?
Do you have to be trans?
Yeah. Oh. Do you have to be trans? In California? Yeah.
No one is forcing you to be trans. I'm not forcing you to be trans. Do you?
No, I'm just sitting here in your school, shoving this shit down your throat, preaching it like it's science, and you're all saying, no, I'm not the gender I was born, because you see the person next to you saying the same thing. Nobody's pressuring you at all. Who are you going to believe, me or your lying eyes? That's the gaslight.
You have to love trans people. No. It'd be cool if you did, but no, you don't have to.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that permission.
Should you be kind and respectful to trans people just like everybody else? Yes, you should.
Mister, I didn't get a paper. Does that make me non-binary?
Yes.
So gay. It's just gay. It's not that anything this guy said, like about being kind and shit like that. It's not that those things aren't factual. It's that it doesn't need to be in the schools. It doesn't need to be in front of kids. It feels like indoctrination, okay? It feels like indoctrination. And you can't just tell people they're transphobic or they're wrong or anything like that. You have to address that. It looks like people are being indoctrinated. And sometimes if something looks like something, It is something. Veldrain with $1 says not being able to talk to children about trans is, according to them, trans genocide. And they believe that 100%. Yeah, I mean, it's, look, if you want to, for our entire lives, for thousands of years, if someone wants to tuck it and dress like a lady, nobody's going to fucking bother you. Unless you're, if people tell you to fuck off and you don't fuck off. But if you want to dress like a girl, if you want to dress like a boy, go ahead. Do it. But it's when you start getting into, all right, now I want to come talk to your kids. No. Oh, so you're transphobic. No, go do what you want to do. You're fine. I don't give a shit. I don't hate you. Like, the need to be hated is what's manipulative and gross. They need to feel like they're a victim. They need to feel like they're hated. Otherwise, they have to have a rational argument with us. And the argument is, I would really feel comfortable if you didn't take my tax dollars and bring people in to talk to my children about pseudoscience. Like, what, are you going to bring a zoologist in to talk to you about Bigfoot? No, it doesn't belong in science class. Bigfoot is not settled science. So we're not going to bring you in to talk about the way you feel. You want to talk about the way you feel? Go talk to a fucking therapist, not to a room full of little kids who don't know any better. That's enough. And then what happens? See, the minute you let them in, now the parents go to their children and they're like, well, son, that's not really a woman. It's really complicated. This and that, blah, blah, blah. And the parents talk to them. And then the kids go back to school and they said, my mom or dad said this. Now, all of a sudden, the teachers start turning the kids against their parents by saying, well, you don't want to be hateful, do you? Because what your parents said is hateful and bigoted. And now, all of a sudden, you've got that rift. I mean, you can call it grooming. It kind of sounds that way. It sounds a little groomy. That's all. 17 memberships away from 500. I appreciate you guys. 66. God, that number 666 keeps popping up on Rumble Studio for our viewership. That's unsettling. That's unsettling. Rumble hit like. YouTube hit like. Let's go up. Let's have one more boost. Let's see if this late in the game, it's supposed to be people really, heading off for the day. But we're hanging in there at 666. Maybe one last push. I guess if you're on Kick or Facebook or Twitter too, hit share, hit retweet, whatever. And you guys keep being generous. I appreciate it. Then we had a second one of these. I had a twofer for you today. Turning Point USA went to Purdue University. And they went there to do what Turning Point USA does. They went there to talk about conservative shit. By the way, I saw that I was talking about this last night. I was like, what's Alex Stein going to do now that the Blaze has cut him loose? It feels like it's not Alex Stein Day anymore. He's been doing stuff with Turning Point USA. I think he's going to end up working for them. It looks like you know how they bring Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly and Glenn Beck to these big universities and do the big outdoor and the big amphitheater and the big auditorium gigs. It's kind of a cool deal they've got Alex Stein doing, and I hope he ends up doing it full time. They've got him kind of doing the B loop, where he goes into lecture halls and classrooms and does stuff with Turning Point USA. I think that would be awesome. I think that would be just perfect for Alex. You could have your Glenn Becks and you could have your Megyn Kellys. You have these fucking crazy Uber stars. And then you could have guys who have a little bit of notoriety like Alex. They could go around and hit another loop. I think it's good for everybody. But this was a Turning Point USA event at Purdue University. And a professor decided that they were going to drop in, and I hate this. We talked about this yesterday. When other people are having their event, if you don't agree with their event, could you politely just fuck off until the next day? Let them have their event, and then you say whatever you want about it tomorrow, and then maybe you have an event the next week or whatever. I hate that Cam Higbee guy who goes and shoves a camera in front of everyone's face and, hey, you unhinged. They call them unhinged lefty lunatics, but then they stick a camera in front of their face, and when they get punched or pepper sprayed, they cry victim. It's like, okay, should the tiger at the zoo bite your hand off? No, absolutely not. But why did you put your hand that close to a tiger's mouth, you retard? So I don't like it when these groups want to have these events. And then people who hate that group feel like they have to go into that room and make a statement. Nobody in this room is here to watch you. Nobody is here to see you. So let's watch this professor. And if these professors weren't tenured, I mean, this would be like, you can't control yourself emotionally. You got to go.
Oh, you want to know what fascism means? Because I'll tell you.
Oh, I'm excited. Let's find out what fascism is. Would it be an authority figure constantly spying on their subordinates and making sure that they're not doing wrong think or wrong speak and then coming in and correcting them immediately and telling them what to think? Would that be a form of fascism? Because that sounds fun. Let's say let me just make up a profession, a professor. And let's say I have a bunch of students and I encourage my students to be free thinkers, but I secretly sit outside of the door of a private meeting they're having to monitor their behavior and their speech. And when they start saying things that I, the professor, the authority, doesn't like, I go in and immediately correct them and make them feel threatened. Is that fascism? Yay, I figured it out.
You guys want to know? Yes.
Yeah.
Do you have a society? Okay. So you have a situation here where you want to go into classrooms and you want to tell the faculty that they're not allowed to speak the truth about the history of this country.
You have the right to speak the truth to those kids every fucking day of the week. One time we want to rent out a room to your university so they can pay your fucking obnoxious salary. And now all of a sudden we're fascists? Interesting.
Them to be, what's the word for slaves now?
It's the N-word, ma'am. The N-word. I fucking dare you.
Word for slaves now? Volunteer. Involuntary employees or involuntary workers. We can't even say slavery. That's ridiculous.
Wanting to impose on the teachers. We are wanting this to be within the students. And
the students want to decide what history is.
No, we know what history is, actually.
So I love this because this woman is explaining fascism, but she doesn't understand that she's doing it right, just not in the way she thinks she is. These are all students organizing a TPUSA chapter. This isn't like Alex Stein going in there to talk to them. This is a student-organized and student-run group. The teacher doesn't like what the professor doesn't like what they're saying, so she's going in there and interrupting, and then has the nerve to go, do you guys know what fascism is? And they're like, yeah, this is fascism.
Actually, yeah. Did you know that all of our founding fathers were actually Christian, and this country was formed on Christian values?
That's annoying too. Yes, I know history. Did you know that until 1964? No. It doesn't seem like an argument worth getting into. I just love that you have a teacher in that room who's trying to explain to them what fascism is, not realizing she is being the picture-perfect example of what fascism is. Oh, it's too rich. Redbird with $2 says, you still trying to use logic against a movement that's end goal is legalized pedophilia. The LGBT has been completely subverted by that crowd, and the sooner everyone realizes that, the better. You know, I've noticed that some of the LGBs in the LGBTQ community have started saying, dude, we got to break off. We got to break off and we got to do a different thing because this is getting fucking weird. Like, they are starting to get a little tired of it. You know? They're starting to be like, all right, they're making all of us look bad. Soaring Sparrow Rising, one of our new viewers today. You've stuck around, by the way. You must be enjoying the show. I appreciate that. The chat's fun too. They're a fun crowd. They're unruly, but they're generous. They gift memberships. They're throwing in shit. They're keeping this show going. They're the best, but they're mean-spirited. But don't worry, only to me. Now, everyone say something nice to Soaring Sparrow Rising, please. Let's do it. She says, as a woman, I am saying it, liberal women are a mind virus-riddled cancer. I don't know. Some liberal women they're just that, liberal women. I think it's how you get to it that determines whether or not you're brainwashed or whatever. I mean, sometimes you could be a liberal because it's just in your own self-interest to have that philosophy. just because of how you live or where you live or whatever. It's just, it makes more sense to you. It's people who get there through bad information, right or left. That really sucks. Soaring Sparrow Rising also says when they co-opt the language, they subvert the meaning of everything so they can commit the sin they're accusing us of and justifying it. Well, that's true. They take fascism, they become fascists, and then tell other people what fascism is so they can change the word to use it for their ends. I get that. I get that. All right, let's listen to you guys be nice to Sparrow Rising. Let's see. Soar your sparrow ass out of here. See, Chevy fan, that's not right. Atomic Ray says, all sparrows are diseased. Read your Talmud, toe. Sorry, Atomic Ray. Invectum with 199 says,
you little bastard, you attacked my stepson?
You little bastard, you attacked my stepson? You piece of garbage. You shithead. 09 Canyon says the T is a gender thing. It doesn't fit with the LGB, which are sexual orientations. Yeah, sexual orientation, by the way, we got away from that. That's what it is. It's not like, gay, people say like gay is like being black. It's like, I can't think of a more offensive thing to say to a black person. Like, gay is not love. I think Patrice O'Neill nailed this. Like, you can love a man. Like, a man can love another man. It's not gay until those two guys are fucking. So gay is sex. That's what it's about. I mean, we've tried to not cheapen it to that level in recent years, and I don't think it's gotten us very far. Mikey Two Milk says, hey, Sparrow, you see this tattoo? It means not welcome. Soaring Sparrow says, I'll ignore the mean comments until I know who's an actual asshole and who just thinks they're Lenny Bruce. Oh, God. In this crowd? Oh, my God. You got a lot. I've never seen so many people who think that they're the reincarnation of Lenny Bruce. And we got a few Sam Kinnisons in there as well. Oh, boy. One thing I'll tell you, Sparrow. This crowd thinks they're fucking hilarious. All day long. All day long. Thank you, guys. Still 17 memberships away from that 500. We wanted to be there by the end of the week, and we still got tomorrow. So thank you very much. This next story is so gay. This is a lawsuit waiting to happen, as it should be. Eminem is filing to cancel a trademark of an Australian beach brand that's coming to America. So now, when you get a trademark, so like Steel Toe Morning Show is trademarked. I own the trademark. I think the paperwork is over there. It's framed somewhere. But before you can get trademarked, it has to go through this review process, and anybody can file a complaint against your trademark. They can, I think it's a 90-day window, 30-day or 90-day window. And they can say, no, I've been using this product for this long and that long. It's my thing. This name is my thing. They can't use it. You can't copyright that. You can't trademark it. And they'll either say, well, this is bullshit. They can clearly trademark it, or they'll side with you. Slim Shady is Eminem's brand, right? I mean, Slim Shady has been trademarked probably since 1998 or whatever. So when you've got a beachwear company, and I'll admit this is a very clever name, but when you've got a beachwear company that's coming to the United States and their label is called Swim Shady, yeah, fuck you. You're not getting, no, that's not, that's clearly profiting off of Eminem's intellectual property. You can't do Swim Shady and expect that shit to fly in the United States. As a matter of fact, I'm sure Eminem doesn't have it trademarked in Australia, but I'm surprised you get away with that shit in Australia even. Swim Shady. The filing alleges that the rapper would suffer damage and injury if Swim Shady is allowed to keep its name. I mean, yeah, because people would buy, I think there would be a lot of people who would buy the product and they would think it's him. And then people would think Eminem is gay because he sells beachwear. Eminem is concerned the public will associate him with the Swim Shady brand, and he insists his own merch adheres to premium quality standards and doesn't want people to confuse him with the Aussie company's stuff. I mean, the kind of the gay way that Eminem talks nowadays, I'm not sure I'd want my company associated with his name. People might think I'm a giant pussy who used to be cool. The papers argue that changing of one letter doesn't mark enough of a distinction between the two brands. I mean, I would agree. I would, yeah. I mean, that's totally legit. Can't call you. I mean, Jesus, you can't call yourself Swim Shady for fuck's sake. No, absolutely not. So I look forward to Eminem winning that one. Although Roots Calhoun says Eminem is a gay F word, that shit's funny. Oh no, I think it's hilarious that he's having to go through this. But at the same time, like, dude, you gotta it's one of those things where even though it's funny, you look at each other and you go, yeah, that's fine. You can't do that. Like, even the person at the trademark office would even be like, Swim Shady, that's hilarious. I love that. And they're like, oh, so you're gonna give us the trademark? No, not in a million fucking years. We can't give you the trademark. That's insane. It's Swim Shady. I mean, obviously, we know what you're doing. You're not Asian and mispronouncing it. Soaring Sparrow says he wrote a song about chopping his ex-wife up and putting her in the trunk of a car, so I don't care. Well, I mean, in fairness, it was his ex-wife, and he didn't act on it. Some would call that discipline. How did we miss this story from about a month ago? Did you see that there was a woman in Florida who claimed that she was Eminem's wife during she was arrested at Daryl's Diner in Florida. It's called Daryl's Doggone Good Diner. And this woman was arrested there, and she claimed she was Eminem's wife. Now, first off, I don't believe Eminem's married. Second, I don't believe Eminem and his wife are hanging out at Daryl's Doggone Good Diner in Silver Springs. But maybe this 54-year-old Jennifer Kleber is right, and maybe Eminem secretly got married. But according to the police report obtained by TMZ, the manager got involved, remembered Kleber from previous visits to the restaurant. That's never good, because she allegedly didn't pay those bills or this one either. So she's a serial dine and dasher. What is the charge? Enjoying a meal? A succulent Daryl's Doggone Good Diner meal? But this time there was a twist. When police arrived, Kleber told a corporal that her spouse is Marshall Mathers, none other than Eminem. She also claimed Eminem previously picked up her tab at the diner, which is why she expected him to do the same on Monday, since M has, quote, unlimited money. She went on to tell the cops she had $10 in her pocket, but her meal cost $27.55. Dude, how about that? $27.55. You want to talk about inflation? You want to talk about monetary policy? How the fuck could anybody in this world run up a $27 tab at a place called Daryl's Doggone Good Diner? There shouldn't be anything on that menu over $10. Kleber must have been pretty hungry. She wolfed down French toast, a bacon and cheese, I'm guessing sandwich, and washed it down with a soda and a chocolate milk. Oh, God, my titties are getting bigger. Police arrested Kleber, who was taken to the Marion County Jail and booked for defrauding an innkeeper. Oh, that's an old-timey crime. Now, this is going to be weird, and this woman who's married to Eminem apparently is not going to be happy to find out that Eminem is now dating his longtime stylist, Katrina Malota. Look, I don't want to call this woman a liar and say that she's not Eminem's wife, but this is Eminem's girlfriend. That's who Eminem is currently dating right now. And this is the woman who got arrested at Daryl's Doggone Good Diner. No, that is not Lex Luger. I know he's walking around nowadays. I know DDP Yoga got him back in the game, but that is not the total package. That is the lady who dined and dashed at Daryl's. And what do you guys want to bet? Meth? She might be Mersh's relative. That's Jesse PS had a good line on that, on Mersh's eye. He goes, I don't like it when people say that Mersh has a lazy eye. Mersh is cross-eyed. That eye is working overtime. Don't besmirch that eye and call it lazy. That eye is working hard. But she's got a wonky fucking eye. She's got meth scabs everywhere. I mean, I'm going to press X to doubt on the claim that she's Eminem's wife, but hey, We've all got different taste. For God's sake, John Lennon married Yoko Ono, so we don't know. Fauci's Pangolin says, what happened to April? It's not April. I don't believe that's April. Soaring Sparrow Rising says, that looks like a dude. I mean, mildly. Nomo calling her a walking petri dish. Granny says, I know you don't read YouTube. I do. But there is a celebrity rehab center less than a mile from that diner. Well, I mean, if she's Eminem's wife, she certainly qualifies. She can get there. Granny, what would you know about rehab centers? You've never seen the... by the way, Granny, I saw your ex on Hughesy's show the other day. She really does seem fucking miserable. She really does just seem like an angry, miserable person who just wants the internet to think she's edgy. Oh, it was very cringe to watch her on Hughesy's show. She might have been more cringe than Dan. And that's hard to do. People say I drag shit out. So, Granny, good to know that you're not embarrassing yourself quite as much. They're just, all I'm saying, Granny, is that there seems to be a lot of unhappiness there, and there seems to be a lot of like vitriol, and it has to get out at other people. I don't know. It seems really, really unhealthy, and kind of actually, I don't enjoy watching it. It's rather sad. It's another NLO fan showing what watching that show does to a person. It turns them into Tommy Jordan and Lemmy. And that's really about as intelligent as it gets for that crowd. All right, we got one more. Well, we got a couple more things to go through here. We also have our little experiment going. We've got 7 minutes until I tell you how the experiment is going. Now, we could complete it and be done for the week. In that 7 minutes, we're that close, but I'll let you know at 10:25. Granny says, you think that's cringe? Watch my meltdown. I would love to watch your meltdown, Granny. If you would send us your meltdown, maybe we'll watch your meltdown on the members only show today at 11 o'clock Central Time. Send a link. Have you seen how many people are dying at Disney World this month? This is not like, I've been ignoring this story for a couple of weeks because like, one person died at Disney, the second person died at Disney, and I'm like, I don't think I'm going to talk about that today. Then a third person, and I'm like, you know what? Could be a coincidence. Dude, 5 people are dropping dead at Disney so far this month, and we still have a week and a half or 2 weeks left. 5 people have died at Disney World in 1 month. This is not a coincidence anymore. There's something going on. There's a curse. Something's fucked up. This was at Saratoga Springs Resort at Disney World. This marks the latest death in a chilling string of 4 others at the resort in recent weeks, 2 of which were apparent. A 31-year-old woman died that way at Disney's Contemporary Resort October 14th. Then a week later, a man in his 60s died after suffering a medical episode at Disney's Fort Wilderness. In late October, a 28-year-old man identified as Matthew Cohn also died by jumping from a height at the Contemporary Resort. November 2nd, a woman in her 40s was transported to Celebration Hospital where she died. Oh, the irony. The irony of being transported to Celebration Hospital only to die there. Not so, yeah, maybe for you, not for her. 5 people dying at Disney in a 30-day period it's a little bit too much to be a coincidence. Oh, fuck you, Nomo. Nomo writes, oh, it's a small world after all. Is that what they all sang when they met in the afterlife? Is they, oh, you died at Disney? I died at Disney too. I died at Disney too. It's a small world after all. Am I right? Who's got a teacup? I mean, I can understand, 5 deaths in 1 month is a lot. But K-ing yourself at Disney World, I can totally understand, especially once you get the bill. I can understand going, you know what? Like Tiger King said, I will never financially recover from this. Ivana Tinkle says, I stayed at the Contemporary. Nothing to stop you from jumping. Really? So you can go up to a tall height and just... Richard Head says, I hope Aaron books a trip to Disney really soon. What? Why? Why do you hope I book a trip to Disney really soon? I don't understand what you're trying to say. You understand, Richard, that 5 people have died there this month. At least 2 of them have K'd themselves. I don't understand why you would tell me that you want me to, you want me to relax and have a nice vacation? Is that it? You'd like me? That's sweet of you. Hey, you guys hear that? Richard Head just wants me to have a nice time and relax. That's kind. Granny wants me to watch this meltdown. He doesn't have a link to it, but he says I can look it up on YouTube. I don't know. Soaring Sparrow Rising says, hell is the eternal teacup ride. Chevy Van, I have a Tiger King banner in my garage with that quote. You know what? It's a really versatile quote, and it works for a lot of different things. See, a lot of you were saying Richard Head wants me to go to Disney World because he wants me to die like these other people. He just said in the chat, yes, absolutely. He just wants me to relax and have a good time. I always thought that the wildest thing that happened at Disney was that little kid getting eaten by the gator in front of his parents. Oh, fuck. That's really bad. That's the worst one. But 5 in a month is some bad juju. T-Baby says, fuck bringing Oz and Corey back. Let's get Aaron a C first class ticket to Disney World. Oh, what? T-Baby, thank you. Oh, my God, you guys are so nice. All of us, we talk about this sad story about all this death and loss. And now you guys just cheer me up by going, you know what? Aaron deserves to go to Disney World. We should send him there. Well, you know what, guys? We got about 6 minutes left in the show. And now I can tell you how the not mentioning the goal experiment went. It went pretty well. We're $45 away. We're 17 memberships away from 500. So I got to tell you, you don't need to send me to Disney World. All you need to do is knock out that last $45, and it will officially be a perfect week for the toe. I got to tell you, if every day we get to 1025 and we're $40 away from calling it a win for the toe, I could get used to this not talking about the goal, not mentioning the... I mean, this week has been really, really great. But I have to cross my fingers. I have to light the lamp. I have to play Erica. Sparrow, if you're wondering about this, this is what our audience does. They like me to light this lamp. Guys, let's just tell Sparrow that this lamp just means kindness and love and warmth and decency. And it means rally. You see, Sparrow, we do this show for a living. And at the end of the show, we pass around the basket like the Catholic Church. We ask all of you to throw a membership in or throw $5 or $10 in. Let's get this last number knocked out, and we've hit all of our goals for the week. And then tomorrow is just Free Rumble Friday. Let's fire up the music. We're going to run through this music twice, and we hope we can hit that $45. Guys, I appreciate you. Fire away. Throw a couple of bucks at the toe, and let's knock it out. There's the green light. Only 45. That's 9 gifted memberships. Actually, one $50 drop with the Winged Hussars, and that would be the goal for the toe. Stop writing HH in the chat, for God's sake. And start throwing in memberships, guys. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, and gifted memberships. In these next 5 minutes, let's bring down that final goal of the week and call it the win for the toe. Who wants to start? Keep it going. And remember, 17 gifted memberships away from 500. If we hit those memberships, I've got to go till 11 today. Let's go, baby. Oh, yes, do this. Atomic Ray put the green light in his Rumble rant. I love that. Thank you, Atomic Ray. Keep it going, guys. 45. That's it. $45 is the number. Let's see if we can get it done. Who's got memberships? Who's got 20s? Who's got purples to drop on us? Who's got a red boy and say, fuck it? Thank you for appreciating the show this week. Thank you for helping us out. Thank you for the solid numbers. I appreciate it. Finish off with $45. Who's got a couple of bucks for the toe? Who's stepping in and coming up big? Ivana Tinkle says, this song reminds me to finish my Tiger Tank model. Well, I wanted to remind you to gift a membership or throw in a few bucks so we can maybe knock this 45 out and have a perfect week for the toe. I appreciate you guys. We don't mention the goal anymore during the show, and if it works like this, that's great. There's Main Vein with $20. Thank you, buddy. That means we're 30 bucks away. All right, that's the first time through the song. We got to fire it up a second time, and then we're out of time. We're 30 bucks away from having a perfect week. Thank you guys very much. We're shaking the offering plate. If you enjoy what you're hearing this week, throw a few bucks in it. Every little bit helps. All right, 30 bucks left. Soaring Sparrow Rising says, it's like I'm watching a train wreck and I can't stop looking. It's just the last 5 minutes. We're just passing the basket around. That's all. Guys, there is not. Now, Richard Head says last night's White Power Hour White Power Wednesday at Stoney's was killer. Guys, there is no White Power Wednesday at Stoney's. Cheeto says, don't forget about White Power Hour at Stoney's, sponsored by the Steel Toe Morning Show. God damn it, I'm trying to help. Throw in those 20s, throw in those 10s, throw in those gifted memberships. Let's do it. Finish it off. 30 away, 2 minutes to go. 2 minutes. Oh my God. I thought this was fait accompli. Main Vein with $1 says, Aaron, read my chat as written. All right, your $20 says, white power is the fuel that keeps this show running. That's not. Oh, knock it out. 30 bucks. $30 means perfection. Gift some memberships. Get in there. Uh-oh. $2 from Atomic Ray. Thank you. Throw in a 20. Let's call it a day, huh? Fuck. Oh, boy. Hey, I got a little cocky. All right, 1 minute left. Jesus. All right, I'm happy. I'm excited. We had a great week. I'm not going to die over this, but... you know, I feel like rattling the can for 40 was going to kind of be easy. Soaring Sparrow says, look at these fools throwing away their money. That's right. Throw away your fucking money. We're almost perfect. I mean, missing by 30 ain't going to mean shit, but I like the perfection thing. Uh-oh. 40 seconds. All right, where's the bailout coming? Where's the $30 bailout coming from? Oh, boy. $27 from Walter. He says, suffer. You fucking asshole. $27 from Walter. Give him the karmic.
Wanna fuck? Let's fuck!
Walter, you fucking dick. And with that $2 from Main Vein, That means we finished $1 off today. All right, come on. You got to admit, that's fucking funny. $27 plus $2 means that we lost by $1 today. I cannot tell you how funny that is. Oh, Coltrane with $5. Well, now you ruined it. Now I'm actually bummed that we hit the goal. Walter actually did a very funny bit that caused us to lose. And I was getting used to the idea of a loss and feeling good about it. And then here comes old Coltrane to save the day. That now puts Walter in central booking. So now Walter is in central booking with 103, right behind Gray Duckling. There we go. Thank you guys very much. Coltrane says, I'll do a chargeback quick. Take it easy, everybody. We appreciate it. Thank you for the perfect week again. Soaring Sparrow with $1 says, I'm feeling kind of passive-aggressive. Soaring Sparrow, you are going to fit right in here. Join us tomorrow for Rumble Friday. Guys, thank you for making this experiment a success. I hope to continue it next week. Take it easy and have a great rest of your day.